Cherry.
Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Want to get more? Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
MPL Malaysia dekat tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di tonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Victory!
Gentlemen, welcoming Malaysia's representative here. And all of this, the three of us will be talking about here in MPL Talk.
Cherry.
Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Ditelan air mata, selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel the same, no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner, winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi ada. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena.
satu jiwa. Bangkit bersama kita wira arena. Dari bayang kenyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap duka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 18 is powered by Muntan. Presented by CelcomDigi Prepaid 5G. Dominate every match with unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet, speed, entertainment and hotspot. CelcomDigi, the 5G prepaid for millions of Malaysians. Infinix Note 60 Pro is not what you think. Powered by Snapdragon 7S Gen 4, featuring 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber Cooling, active metric display and 90-watt wired plus 30-watt wireless charging. Get yours now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Grab, the official food delivery partner of MPL Malaysia. Don't let hunger cost you the game. Stay fueled, stay focused. Order Grab food from 9 PM to 4 AM and earn 5% Grab coins. MPL MY is now cultured by Toda. Get MPL MY's official merch at Toda's booth or buy online at store.toda.com. Official automotive partner Cherry X Malaysia. Official top-up partner Joytify. Official content partner Media Prima. Official streaming partner Tonton. Strategic partners Yamaha, Nandos, TNT Co, Quill City Mall. Official camera partner Oxbot. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are live at the MPL Arena at Quill City Mall, where we'll be witnessing 2 matches today. 5 matches have been played so far, and only 2 teams have secured a clean victory. That will be Team Ray as well as SRG. But today is going to be a very exciting match as we continue on in Season 18. Who will get a full straight points today? we shall see. Once again, welcome everybody. My name is Said Adin. Together with me is Sadafa. It's gonna be your casters for today, but this will be my first day for season 18, your second day if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
I'm very excited to see, and I'm hoping for more exciting matches.
I'm hoping for good matches. Let's just say,
Okay.
I'm hoping for a good day. I'm hoping for some good examples of MLBB action. Like, it's your first day. And,
Yeah.
what have you been feeling about the matches, the team?
No, I mean, like, we started off the season with Savages, right? If I'm not
Yes.
mistaken, that
One.
was from
One Savage
TV,
from
right?
TV.
And that was a very, very good momentum builder. But then yesterday, I felt like it dropped off a little bit in terms of the quality. And I hope for today it bounces back again, just to end things off week number 1 on a high note.
I hope so. Well, we start off with a high note, right? I got a code at the bottom of the screen right there.
There you
Scan
go.
the oh, it's gone. So quick. You guys, I hope you're paying attention because there is still going to be more MLBB action coming up later and you do not want to miss a single moment of it. Of course, you can always scroll back, but what's the fun in that?
Yeah, I mean, you want to watch it live right now because it's going to be a matchup between RRQ as well as IG. Both teams who begin their journey in season 18 on a loss or on a losing. I wouldn't say a losing streak, but it is still a loss. So hopefully by today, by this match later on, at least they can get some momentum and get some points across the board.
Yeah, it's an interesting match to start the day because, like you mentioned, both these teams just came off of a loss. In fact, both of them just lost yesterday.
Yep.
And they were the only two teams to get swept in the season so far. So, not exactly the start they're hoping for. And I know that a lot of people have been watching and thinking that these teams look a little bit shaky. You know?
I feel a bit worried about RRQ, but I do understand RRQ approach is trusting the process. I mean, you are bringing up MPL players and you need to give them time to nurture their talent and to get them familiarized with the environment. But I would hope that it doesn't take too long, because if you would take it too long, it's a little too late for you to grab a lot of points to be able to qualify for the playoff spot.
Yeah, you don't want to have to delay that scaling. You want to get going as fast as possible. Just like you can get speeds and dominate every match with Cellcom DG Prepaid 5G. You can experience unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet, speed, entertainment, and hotspot with Cellcom DG. The 5G prepaid for millions of Malaysia.
Hey, no matter where you are, no matter where you're going, I mean, Cellcom DG will always be there with you with their unlimited internet and unlimited power. So thank you very much from Cellcom DG. But before we begin our discussion, before we dive deep into our discussion for IG and RRQ, we do have a video in store for you guys. So shall we take a look together right now?
Hey guys, Rose here. Sekarang ni kita bersama dengan Yetri daripada Invictus Gaming untuk sedikit borak sesi sebelum perlawanan hari ini. How are you, Yetri?
Good, feeling good.
Okay, now Rose nak tahu sikit tentang semalam. Sebab semalam Rose tak ada, tapi dengar cerita SRG berjaya 2-0, you know, IG. Apa jadi sebenarnya?
Apa jadi kan? Bagi saya, kita orang just tak main apa yang kita orang training dekat ni. Kita orang tak apply dekat stage. So maybe for rookies, maybe they kinda nervous lah. Lagi-lagi first match lawan SRG kan, so macam we just not doing what our training. So that's why we lose.
Dia lebih kepada nervous lah. So you mentioned rookie tadi, yang kita tahu untuk musim ini you guys ada perubahan roster yang agak drastik lah kan. Yetri sahaja yang kekalkan dalam lineup. So apa beza roster sebelum ni dan sekarang?
Roster sebelum ni sekarang maybe just on more fresh, more young, more eager, more hunger, and diorang deserve untuk dapat spot dekat main kat sini sebab they are doing good dekat trials and they're proven, but it's not mean that they're not good. Walaupun semalam diorang barai, diorang main macam biasa je, tapi but it's still long series lah, diorang boleh prove lagi.
Dia lebih kepada experience lah kan.
Betul.
Jadi apa yang perubahan yang IG akan membuat untuk secure at least kemenangan pertama di minggu pertama MPL?
Apa kita orang akan buat, kita orang akan fokus apa yang kita orang training masa dekat gaming house. Kita orang akan apply what we training. Kita orang akan cuba yang terbaik and try face their nervous lah. Itu je. And apa yang boleh saya buat, saya percaya semua dengan teammate saya, dengan coach saya, and diorang boleh buat yang lagi baik daripada semalam lah.
Alright, terima kasih Yetri. Good luck untuk match ini.
Thank
And
you,
with that,
Ros.
mari let's try to our casters.
Very interesting point from Yi3 just now. It is the time for them to be able to bounce back. And as we mentioned, when you are bringing up MEL players, when you are bringing up new players, fresh players, you will need to give them some time. But at the same time, too much time taken can also be a bad thing for you guys.
Absolutely, right? Rookies, I think it's a good idea to bring them up. We have so many new faces in MPL this season, and I'm glad that the teams are choosing to invest in the future, right? Bring up new talent rather than trying to mix and match what we've already had. But there are risks, and we've already seen yesterday that a lot of these new players felt a little bit like fish out of water, right? Not really sure exactly how to approach the MPL stage. I'm hoping that they will be able to find that stride soon, because although we still have many weeks of competition, we all know how important it is to get those points on the board.
I want to pick your brain later on. I want to expand this discussion even further. But so far right now, we got to introduce Invictus Gaming's lineup: Rock G, Atan, Treki, Lun, as well as Yi3. The, I would say, senior players would definitely be Yi3 as well as Rock G. Meanwhile, Atan, Treki, Lun are quote-unquote your new players right now. And so far, they have showcased good experience, good momentum, but still not enough. But hey, it's still early days. So hopefully by game number 2, this game, they will showcase something of an improvement in their gameplay.
We didn't really get to see exactly the full potential of this team because their first match was against SRG of all teams, so this will be a better chance to prove their potential since they'll be up against RRQ Tora, similarly fielding newer players like Letizi and Adboy, but joined by veterans like Superken, Yehezkiel, and Lolil.
I think the biggest concern about RRQ Tora is their leader, quote-unquote leader, their shot caller. Yes, you want that role to be picked up by Lolil, but Lolil so far, to me, he doesn't strike out as someone is a very loud, very vocal, but he needs to be able to carry that leadership role so that his whole team are consistent in what they're trying to do.
I think if Lolil is the main shot caller here, it's a little bit tough. You don't usually need to play that role as a gold laner.
Yeah.
You don't exactly have the best vision of the map to use that information. So that's already a bit of a rough spot, right?
Yep.
I think knowing that we have, like 5 rookies total going into this match, we should expect that surprises are in store.
Not to mention that the new players for RRQ are from MEL. Crucial roles as well. EXP laners, roamers. I think that is the biggest challenges so far from RRQ. But let's hear a very small short mic check from RRQ.
Boy, belah kanan kita ada Reza tu, boy. Suruh dia main lah.
Reza DJ.
XP Pixel kan?
Screenshot weh. Rematch ML. Rematch final dia. Aduh, hang ni pun.
Kau kalah dengan dia tak nak screenshot. Kau dah kalah dengan dia.
Dalam history pun ada lagi tau match.
Very chill. Not much discussion of in-game stuff. More outside of the game stuff. Just trying to clear out some nerves on the stage right now.
You have to, right? It's your first experience on a stage like this. It's such a different environment.
Is it that daunting though? Is it that scary enough to be on stage as a rookie player?
We don't exactly have the experience.
Right.
We can't really say for sure. I think it's kind of scary.
Honestly, yeah, I do agree. So, regardless of a huge crowd or non-huge crowd at the same time. But right now, let's move over to our main stage to introduce the players of IG as well as RRQ.
Believers didn't get the start they wanted yesterday. But today, this young squad is ready to answer back. Despite a drastic rebuild, the belief remains stronger than ever that they belong to compete among the best. They're young, they're hungry, And they're here to prove they can go all the way. Make some noise for Invictus Gaming! Yesterday, the Kingdom's Tigers fell short. Today, they roar back. This young revamped squad needs a hard reset, a spark, and the drive to regain their momentum. With all eyes on their Indonesian reinforcements, the pressure is on. The hunt is on. Let's go! RRQ Tora!
Next, we welcome the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every match, joined by the League Ops Eric, who ensures every game runs fairly and smoothly, IG Coach Bam, as well as Reza, the analyst. Meanwhile, RRQ Sasa as the head coach, Haru as the assistant coach. Let's keep it going with the fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is gonna be the Malaysian sportsmanship between IG as well as RRQ Tora. Both teams are without any singular points, and hopefully that will change today.
A battle between two squads eager to revamp their rosters. A battle between rookies taking their place upon the MPL stage for the first time. And a battle to get some points on the leaderboard, set themselves up for the rest of Season 18. IG going to have blue side first pick. And now it is time to talk a little bit about the drafts. The drafting this season has been a little bit questionable.
I mean, you said this season, but it has only been, what, 3 days so far, including today? But what do you mean about what do you mean about questionable? Like, what are you trying to emphasize on right now?
We watched MSC, we watched GOTF.
Okay.
This is a meta that promotes flexibility,
Agreed.
creativity.
Agreed.
All sorts of heroes can show up.
Yep.
And for some reason, we keep picking the same ones.
I feel like somehow our teams are not brave enough, I suppose, to try out different things. But hey, we shall discuss that later on. Coach Bam, right now, I revamped the entire roster because I want to develop young talents. All of the players are under 20 years old. I don't have a high expectation in terms of our placement this season 18. My main goal is to discipline these rookie players and develop them for a long term. They need to understand that the world doesn't revolve around them.
I mean, he's right. Whoa! The world doesn't revolve around any of us, Adine.
True!
We are all just NPCs in the grand game of life.
All of this is just the matrix of the world.
Yes.
We're gonna get a hard reset later on.
I like the idea,
Okay.
right? Because a lot of teams, I feel like, fall into the same fallacy of just switching players every single season. So if they are indeed committing to this lineup in the long term, that's good. But will they stick to it?
Okay, but my concern is, or my argument is, if we go back to last season, I think it was a very, very outstanding performance by IG with the roster that they had. Well, I'm kind of foreshadowing on one player in particular, which is going to be the jungler, Hazel, right? And you revamp that roster for this season. It's a bit questionable, but that doesn't mean I'm not in for the new talents, the new generation at the same time. But it's still a big question. You left out your, I would say, key piece in your roster for this season, and in the hopes that, well, somehow, someway, it might work out.
I agree that it's a bit questionable that IG decided to revamp most of their roster, but I actually think replacing Hazel was the correct choice.
Okay, all right.
Not because the new jungler may be better than Hazel, but because when you have a presence like Hazel in the team, it will directly affect the potential growth of your lineup.
Understood. And you would also want to revolve your draft around Hazel if Hazel is there. But right now it's different because you have new players like Atan, for example, right now. So you can, I mean, in correlation to what Coach Bam said, he wants to discipline these players. He wants to shape these players to become a much better players, regardless if they stay in IG or move on in their career path. So hopefully, this can be the start of a good career for all these young players in the roster of IG right now.
It's a lot easier to mold clay when it's fresh after all, huh?
You're not wrong.
Pretty difficult when it's all dried up and crumbly. So let's see whether or not all this fresh clay on the stage can be molded by their respective teams. Both sides looking for victory in their first match today. Let's jump into the draft.
The draft is gonna be commands. Begin with the random map draw first of all, and it's gonna be the expanding reverse right now. And I feel like in terms of draft, as we take a deeper look right now, Freya, Fanny has been banned out. Meanwhile, on the IG side, frontliners has been banned out. Your Atlas, your Uranus, your Esmeraldas has been banned out. What is left to be picked up right now is maybe a Hirara, a Pakiro at the same time.
Now, a unfortunate common trend that was seen yesterday was the blue side Melissa first pick into the red side Paquito Barat's opening. It occurred more than once, which is very unusual for a meta that is supposed to be as open as it is. I'm hoping that we do not see a repeat of this and that the teams decide to do something different, and they do. They banned the Barats, but that means that Hirara's there, Paquito's there, Marcel is there.
I like the Marcel picked up, honestly. It opens up to a whole dimension of strategies that you may use. You may use that Marcel to be more aggressive, using the passive, using the golden hour, or you can play a bit more defensively at the same time. But what you say has came true right now, Zadafa. Melissa on the blue one side, first of all, has been picked up by IG. But RRQ right now, they can't go for that Paquito Barat. Barat has been banned out, but they can still go for the Paquito at the same time. Maybe a Paquito Eudora or a Paquito Marcel from the get-go.
I feel like Hirara is just going to be very good though. I feel like it'd be a shame to let Hirara go.
True also.
But it's true that a lot of top heroes are open. Paquito, Marcel going to be the ones you really want to keep an eye on, and you can only choose one. So RQ goes for the Hirara Marcel.
Hirara Marcel, I think there's a lot of mobility in that two heroes on their own. Good combination as well. Can set up from the golden hour, but Hirara doesn't need necessarily a setup. She alone can create the plays that she needs to do so, and in the hopes that the other members would follow her up later on. IG is going to answer with their very own crowd control with the Bellaric to be able to control the Hirara and the burst damage from the Paquito, which I feel like this is a signature pick for Ye3 later on.
I do worry that the teams are still falling into a similar fallacy. Basically, every single hero we see here has had 100% pick or ban rate so far. So it doesn't seem like either is looking to lean away. But with the Bellaric being picked up and the Atlas already banned on the IG side, that does definitely reduce a lot of the frontliner pool. RQ does already have the Marcel, but they're gonna need a solid EXP lane that is able to provide that zoning. It's hard to say whether it'll prioritize it right now though. Yeah, they go for the Eudora first.
I think Eudora is a safe pick. You can punish out the Bellaric if he is out of position quite a few number of times. The combination from the Eudora itself, and also you would also set up for the Hirara to come in and to follow up with any single damage that she has on to the Bellaric later on. Right now, RRQ is gonna ban out the Lilia, quite interestingly, showcasing that they want to pick up a frontliner that is absorbent in terms of damage, but there's not a lot left. I mean, Alice is still there. You still got Lapu Lapu, but not necessarily as an absorber, more of a frontliner who want to engage on the backline. Alice, the Rizla, I suppose, is still there if you want to soak up a bit more damage out of the opponent's side later on.
I don't really like Terizla as much these days. In terms of EXP lane, I would probably prefer the Lapu Lapu because you do want a hero that is able to dive the backline, and because of how much anti-ICC he has, he is still able to threaten heroes like the Melissa. When I was casting on day one, me and Gideon were both very confused about why the hero was slipping under the radar, especially with how much Melissa was being played. But RQ will continue focusing down on the mid laners. They get rid of the Selena. This was picked up quite often the past couple days.
I agree. I mean, when we talk about frontliners who would want to absorb a lot of damage, a sponge basically, Lapu-Lapu can do that job at the same time, because you gotta remember the damage reduction that he has from his set of skill at the same time would allow him to control the teamfight very well and to allow him to focus on the enemies at the same time, especially the Melissa, who's gonna be standing way on the back end of that composition later on. IG right now, one more ban before we head over to the pick for the side of RRQ. Alice has been banned out from the side of IG. I don't feel like this Paquito might slip into the jungle side later on.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of Paquito jungle, and personally, I'm not a big fan of it. Can he jungle? Absolutely.
Yep.
Is he way better as a side laner? I think so. I feel like you're not maximizing the hero's potential when you put him in that farming position, since he's not exactly the most well-equipped for contesting objectives as well. He does still provide some flexibility, because IG could still put him in EXP depending on the situation, so I don't think RRQ will pick EXP just yet. I think they will go for the goal lane since they already know about the Melissa matchup.
Green Jim maybe if you want some distance, maximizing the capability of the Golden Hour at the same time, but they opt to go for the Moskov to provide some stability as well as to control the lane as well. As we all know, the SOD is going to be very, very crucial for this Moskov to participate in any team fights later on. IG right now, they flex this Paquito on the EXP side. In the jungle, there is still Suyo, I suppose, if you want to go there. His Sunshin is still there at the same time. But if this Paquito is going to be on the jungle side, Lapu-Lapu is still there. The Rizla was again not, similar with Sudafa. It's not my favorite right now, but still an option, I suppose.
Well, looks like IG has made their decision. They're going for the Rafaela once again in the mid lane with the Hilda. So that's most likely EXP Hilda. They're putting Paquito in the jungle. I was actually thinking it would be nice if IG went for a slightly more aggressive EXP laner. I was in fact even thinking something like Diroff, because RRQ is so squishy. They need an EXP laner that front lines. A lot of those are gone. The remaining can't fight Diroff at all. If you beat that lane, you basically win the entire map at once. But Hilda definitely fulfills that position as well.
I mean, still provides some good amount of damage at the same time. You do have your own sustain capability as well as the Rafa to just amp up your healing potential. Right now, RQ, they are required to pick their very own EXP laner, and I think Lapu-Lapu is just the idea here. I would hope so, because you need someone to be able to dive the Melissa on the back line. But Obvious has been picked up, especially when you know that the Paquito is not going to go EXP lane. Very interesting.
I don't really like this very much.
Right.
Obvious is not designed as a main tank, and right now RRQ needs something like that. They are just generally not bulky enough. As long as IG plays it correctly, they could easily kite Phobius out of the lineup, kill him off first, and then what can RRQ do after that?
I mean, even if Phobius jumps onto the back line, or not to say back line per se, but at least in the middle of the team fight, right? As you mentioned, I don't see any ways of him to provide a consistent threat. Depends. It really depends on how the game goes in the early stages later on.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Land of Dawn beckons. Our very first foray into the very first game of the day here. Rookies face off. Who will be able to claim their first victory of the season? It's Invictus Gaming versus RRQ Tora.
Right, going back into the draft, right? Okay, for obvious, if you are going up against a Paquito in your EXP lane, maybe there are some circumstances that allows the Phobius to be a bit more beneficial going up against the Paquito. But right now, he's not going up against the Paquito, he's going up against the Hilda. So I don't think there will be any activation from the Demonic Force from the Phobius later on. But again, once again, we shall see how the game progresses in the early stages.
The main thing is, I don't really see RRQ Tora having lane prio anywhere on the map. And that is a big issue, but Superken's gonna try and dive in on Tricky, nearly takes out the Raph, but they will survive.
Good 3-man stun from Hezekiel. Now allows Superken to be a bit more aggressive, and it allows also RRQ to provide some consistent threat, especially towards Tricky as well as Atana. Just now, right now, Lune is just gonna farm up away his very own camp. As we take a deeper look at the emblem setup right now. Good, double cooldown reduction from the Rafa as well as the Valeric to allow them to spam their skill even more as well as their spells at the same time.
Not to mention, this is a killing spree Paquito. They're trying to go for early game aggression here, especially with the focusing mark on the Rafaela as well. They understand that they should have lane prio, so it's a good idea, but so far, Adboy is being quite the nuisance.
I mean, knowing that he has the mobility to do so, as well as you do have the Eudora on your back end to just follow up. Whenever you manage to freeze somebody off, the Eudora can follow up with a stun or just damage output at the same time. And right now, it's looking like RRQ is going to have the priority on the turtle right now.
Adboy will take some poke from Lun, but he knows where the Paquito is. Supercan on top of the turtle, secures it easily, and Letizi going ham in on Atan. Lun not able to do anything about it.
I mean, if this keeps going on in the mid-game stages, say minute number 4, minute number 5, I feel like Invictus Gaming would need RRQ to participate in this team fight. Not the best thing to do because you would want your Melissa to just farm up his very own lane or her very own lane. It's not something that you want, but right now,
they go in for the tower dive, forces the flicker from Trekkie. Atan nearly dies as well. We can see the Hirara damage already ramping up. And RRQ taking advantage of Invictus just not being as aggressive as I thought they would be.
I think if the initiation from RRQ were a bit more cleaner, they would be able to get that kill, at least a kill out of Invictus Gaming just now. But unfortunately for them, they weren't unable to do so, and it gives some space for Invictus Gaming to be on the front foot right now.
Here's the Rafa's Riot. They're gonna go for Adboy, and they will find that kill. First blood over the IG.
I would be very frustrated if I were to be RRQ because again, you have the capability to get that first blood just now, but you did not manage to pull it off. And you given Invictus Gaming the opportunity for them to get that first blood. I think it's a bit frustrating, but hey, still early days. RRQ still got to farm up from the side of Lolial.
I don't really think it's a big deal, actually, for RRQ. I think they're actually in a really good spot, even without the first blood.
Yeah, I mean, once you have that advantage, you want to apply that pressure towards IG and build up that momentum. So I feel like if they gotten the kill, I mean, a bit more better for them. But again, it's not a big of a wound right now.
Not too big, but IG trying to dive once again, instantly gets stunned. Yetri in an awkward spot, flickers out. IG's attempts have been sloppy.
I mean, both teams are just trying their best to fit into this game right now to just get some bit of momentum going, some bit of synergy going at the same time. As we take a deeper look right now at minute number 4, they are prepping for turtle number 2. Yetri is within the vicinity at the same time. Hirara Supercan is on the backside. Yetri is just maneuvering around Supercan right now.
Not really seeing the positioning from Invictus. Lun will finally join. They go for the mid lane. Stun, Purify, Force from RRQ. Flicker, Wrap, finds Tree into the jab combo. Takes down Supercan. Golden Hour just a little bit too late. IG finds the strike back.
This is what we were talking about. Synergy, teamwork, momentum right now. Invictus Gaming. Although a bit sloppy, yes, in the early stages, but they managed to pick their momentum up, especially on that particular instance where they get a kill against Adboy, and it allows them to get the second turtle right now. Although RRQ still have the lead, I mean, it's a very insignificant lead, 400 gold as of now, but the momentum is definitely with IG right now.
Yeah, IG took a little longer than I would have liked for them to reach this point, but at the very least, they're upping the momentum. Lun goes in for Lolial. He has to get out. Baptism misses as well. Bit unfortunate. Trekkie's in a bad spot. Has to flicker away. One hit away from the Tower. Spirit of Destruction connects. RRQ pops the ultimate, dashes away. Letizi doing a lot of work, but the Wrath of Dryad comes out, forcing him to flicker out as well.
There's so many skirmishes happening right there. I mean, at first it was gonna be Tricky, was found out, managed to flicker away from danger, and then the SOD hits against RRQ, but RRQ still has the go away, pop it off, and it allows him to, you know, have some space to survive. And RRQ tried to be more aggressive, tried to get at least a kill out of that skirmish, but would not allowed by Invictus Gaming. So ended up, nobody got killed.
They're gonna engage on Letizi. That's a 4-man Dark Wave. He might be able to buy some time, but Lun just does enough damage. The Purple Man goes down. And RRQ has to just accept it.
Purple Man is feeling a bit more purplish right now. It's a bit down, I'm afraid. Only one death, but so far still in the game. but slowly but surely the lead is slightly turning towards Invictus Gaming side. So I don't know, Arkitora maybe they need to step it up. I mean, you have a Hirara, you have a Eudora at the same time right now. They should be able to be more aggressive, but Invictus Gaming, their rotation, their movement right now is just immaculate.
The problem is I don't really think RQ actually can be more aggressive. That's the issue with the Phovea's last pick. He's the only frontline. He can engage, but he's not particularly good at it. And what happens just now is what I said. IG just pulls him out of position, picks him off. RQ can do nothing about it. In fact, they're gonna continue poking him down. Darkwave comes out, taunt, baptism, Letizi's gone. Adboy tries to re-engage, only freezes Adboy. Even if he dies, it's fine, and there's no way that's happening. Meanwhile, Year 3 on Super Ken, forcing out multiple rotations from the Hirara. It's a free turtle for Invictus.
And this is quite bad for Arkitora. With the Phoveas picked up, he is not necessarily tanky. He does not have a good crowd control initiation that, you know, in comparison to a Lapu-Lapu, in comparison to a Belleric, so on and so forth. And right now, he is just a bit right now. He is just a bit on the front line. And especially when Invictus Gaming sees it is out of position, Invictus Gaming does not need to think twice to be able to pick him off and get the kill immediately. Because once Letizi is out of the game, out of the picture, technically Arkitora does not have any frontliners at all. And it allows Invictus Gaming, it's like an open door for Invictus Gaming to go in to wreak havoc.
As an EXP laner, I hate playing fighter main tank, and this is not one of the ones that would be even particularly good at it. He has to be ahead to actually do his job, and it's unlikely for that to happen against a Hilda lane. So IG has done a good job with the draft. RQ just gotta figure something out.
Question is what? Because if you want to initiate, as you mentioned just now, he is not necessarily a good initiator.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Focus, right? Because if you compare to the Wrath of Dryad, I mean, you can flicker and get 2-3 people caught out. And then you compare to a Phoveas who can't do necessarily the same. Yeah, you can duck with certain targets, but it's not necessarily a crowd control that is definite right now. So, as we take a look at the map control right now, Arkitora just hovering around, can't do too much about it.
Oh, Lolil, why did you jump forward? The Wrath of Dryad instantly locks him down. Moskov is gone. Baptism on Letizi. Here's the golden hour. Freezes tree. They're trying to get Letizi out, but he's just dead anyway. However, Yezgiel is able to burst Loon away, but they get the taunt. Super Ken runs right into Rockji, who takes him down.
That is a $1 million taunt right there. He thought he could get away from that danger, Super Ken, but that taunt just bring him back to Rockji, and Rockji was the clean up crew right there. Once again, good positioning from Atana, just covering on the back line. Flicker forward, Wrath of Dryad. Lolia gets taken out of the picture. Good Holy Baptism as well against Letizi. Yes, a good disengagement from the Golden Hour, but it's not good enough. That taunt right there, Super Ken, just could not resist attacking Rockji right there.
That's just straight up disrespect. I really don't know why Lolil decided to jump forward. He should know people are there. Adboy nearly dies just a random poke from Year 3. 3k gold lead 10 minutes in, 7 kills score to 1. This is going exactly as I expected just from the draft alone. Arkitora has not done its players many favors.
I mean, a 3k gold lead right now, or 3.7k gold lead right now for Invictus Gaming. Meanwhile, Arkitora, their map control is getting smaller as we speak right now. A lot is going to commence on the top lane right now. Atan is taking a bit too much damage right now, so gotta go back, re-heal, and then re-engage once again.
At this stage, it's gonna be very, very difficult for RRQ. The Golden Hour literally hits no one as well because this Rafaela provides movement speed. A lot of people forget that's a thing. Very easy for Invictus to maneuver their way around these team fights. You could wait for the Moskov to scale up, but then Rockji is just going to be doing the exact same thing, and he is definitely a lot further along on his item build path in comparison, so I don't know, I feel like this has been a draft diff.
Most of the time, you would want your Moskov to be that hyper carry hero where he could 1 versus 4, 1 versus 3. But against the lineup of IG right now with the Belleric, with the Raph, it's going to be very, very hard for even Lolel, for even Moskov to do such things.
Flicker Rapid Fire catches 3 right into the baptism, and damage from Rookji adds up. Adboy is gone. Yetri gets stunned. He's gonna have to run away. The rest of RRQ back off safely. But that is just an indication of how this game is gonna go.
Yikes, that is a good combination between the Wrath of Dryad and the Holy Baptism right there. And Invictus Gaming, they're not gonna stop.
Dark Wave does connect with Rookji, but the ult just comes out and Letizi is gonna die. He's just getting poked by the needles from afar. Yehezkiel has the flicker out, does get the stun back. Lun in a bad spot, but he dashes back out. We're gonna see the flicker from Yetri as well. Top tower, not gonna be long for this world, but the minions will fall. So RQ holds on to their inhibs, but I don't think they're gonna last much longer in this game unless some sort of miracle happens.
This is very straightforward for Invictus Gaming between Atan, Treki as well as RRQ. Atan moves forward, Wrath of Dryad, followed up by the Holy Baptism from Treki, and then it allows RRQ to pop the muddles and the needle poking up against RRQ Tora, where RRQ Tora, they want to go forward. They want to re-engage back. Oh, there we go.
We've been getting a lot of frog.
I mean, something about frog.
I'm sorry, yeah, they mentioned that yesterday.
Oh, sorry.
We don't want to be species.
Okay, Toad. Something about Toads and our observer. I think there's something going on right there. I'm not sure what, but we will get to the bottom of it later on. But right now, as I was talking about, RRQ, nobody is zoning him out. Nobody can do that. Nobody can do such thing. And this allows the Melissa to just have a ball of a time, free hitting anybody from the side of RRQ Tora.
RQ is gonna need to find some way into the backline, and even then, I feel like it's gonna cost way too much for it to happen. The ideal is for Lolil to find a shutdown or two, but Yetri alone can just walk up, zone them out, free Lord for Lun.
Even if they do, right? Even if they use all the resources that they have to try to take out RRQ or to zone RRQ out, still RRQ would have the Purify, RRQ will still have the Go Away, not to mention the healing capability from Raf as well. So yeah, it's gonna take not just resources, it might take your soul, everything. You have to sacrifice everything. Even if you throw everything, that doesn't necessarily convince you be able to get the life of RRQ later on.
Absolutely not. We are entering the 14-minute mark. Kill score is still 9-1. Lord pushing up top lane. Look at the flicker after Dryad, but the Golden Hour does stop the tempo with the fight. Tricky has the flicker out of base as well. RQ doing a good job of holding. IG maybe went a little bit too far with that one, and the minion waves are not the most synced up. But the Lord should be able to guarantee top tower. Yup, that'll go down. Mid tower will be taken as well, since RQ has to split their resource to deal with that push. I think that should be it for IG.
Yeah, I mean, not to force the issue. They do have the lead, they do have the momentum. You don't want to overcommit where you should not do so. Just regather back, wait for the cooldown from Atan's ultimate as well as the flicker, and then you go again. Or if you can find a space like right now.
Got the stun on Letizi, Rapid Dryad comes out as well. Atan stuck under the tower, but RRQ is still going ham, and Yetri from the flank. They do find a shutdown on the tree, but I don't think it's worth all that much, because look at RRQ. He's unstoppable. Spear of Destruction means absolutely nothing to this man, as the Wind of Nature is forced out under his own crystal. Lolil does not hold a candle to the Melissa. The final inhibitor shall fall.
That is just sad to see, not gonna lie. The fact that you can't do anything about it. RRQ just free hits everybody on the side of RRQ Tora. Look at RRQ, man. Free hit, you put the go away in front of you, you put the muddles in front of you as well. And then RRQ Tora is just fighting for their life. Literally for their life right now. And then the fact that the spell is such as cool, the cooldown is so low. It allows RRQ to just, okay, I'll put my muddles in front, I'll hit a bit, okay, reset, refresh again, I'll put it again, free hitting again. So RRQ can do this all day, all night long.
That's an issue we've already identified in draft, really showing itself here. The further behind RRQ falls, the more they will encounter the same problem. They just do not have a front line. They have no way of extending the fight long enough for Lolil to actually do anything. And RRQ does not suffer from the same issue. He is nearly full item build, already sold his shoes. A single muddle's blow is already enough to drop half his team's HP.
I'm sorry, Siddhartha, but the only way I see Invictus losing this if they throw really hard. If they fumble the bag really hard, yep, they will lose. But right now,
be the first time.
Well,
they got the Lord. Yeah, boy, I don't even know why you would walk through there. That's a bad idea. Atan does get stunned, not able to get the wrap out in time. Lolil trying to escape, but the rest of his team does not have the same mobility. Yeah, Heskiel's gone. Atan's just eating it like it's splinters. He's a tree. He's made of them. Letizi will go down. 2 members left of RRQ, and it's like they don't even exist. Yeah, Tree jumps in. Lun jumps in. The crystal is open, and it is down. Invictus Gaming take game 1.
That's why you eat your vegetable, kids. That is why you eat your vegetables. Look at that tree. Nobody can stop him. Nobody can chop him down. Literally standing in the face of Moskov. And it felt like nothing. It literally felt like nothing. To the point where Atan flickered forward without having Wrath of Dryad, because he knows that I just need to get my stun off. If I get at least a single stun off, Pakiro can go in with the jab. RRQ can go in with the muddles, with the puppet. Even Trekkie can go in for the Holy Baptism. I mean, that's how far IG was ahead in comparison to RRQ Tora right there.
There's a very simple explanation for this game. Draft. Draft was an issue. Right from the beginning, we already had question marks about it. And we are proven correct in this case. We can emphasize that just a little bit more later on, but it is clear that RRQ Tora did not know what they had to do that game. And the heroes that they were given did not help.
The thing is, the Fovia was the last pick, right? From RRQ side. You know everything about IG, and yet you still choose Fovia. It's very questionable. Right now, gotta head over to our MVP for game number 1 from the side of IG, Atan, with the Valeric, the 3 guard right there.
You know, there's a reason people use axes and saws to take down trees. I don't think spears are
not good enough.
The right equipment in this case.
Not good enough.
100% kill participation, nearly full item build himself. It's a very simple game for a Valeric.
I mean, build up more capability for you to frontline the Chestas Pauldron, the Immortality, the Antikyras, and the Athena, to just in case if you get stunned up by the Eudora. If Eudora is a problem, you would still have the Athena shield to provide you some coverage from magical attacks. And in terms of emblem, of course, a full on tank, except for the support emblem right there to allow him to flicker even more constantly. So I think it's just a very straightforward. And as Sadafa mentioned time and time again, it all goes back to the draft. It all goes back to the Fovius picked up. Look at Lehtizi, man. 0-6-2, and I don't blame him at all. If this was the command by Coach Sasa that wants him to play Fovius, I feel sorry for Lehtizi because he can't do anything about it.
There's already some mistakes in the draft. I feel like even from the Eudora pick onwards, RQ was already fighting a bit of a losing battle because IG had all the right answers. I am loath to admit that the Melissa first pick is effective, but it was in this game. It is still a very safe option, especially in a fairly melee-centric meta. I don't think we need to focus too much on the items because there's not too much RQ can build to overcome this.
I mean, when we talk about protecting your president and the president being the Melissa, this is what would happen. 85,000 damage being dealt upon RQ and only taking about 60k damage against RQ because you would have the Raf, you will have the Valeric to protect you from any kind of threat. And not only that, I mean, RRQ himself can protect himself with the Go Away, with the Purify, with the Wind of Nature at the same time. So even if there is a threat coming towards RRQ, he does not care.
He doesn't care at all, right? That is the value of the Melissa overall, right? Like, it is a marksman that's capable of protecting itself, scales well, lanes well. That is probably why a lot of teams have been leaning towards it. And while I don't like the frequency of the Melissa first pick, it does still work. We can emphasize a bit more about the draft here, because I don't really mind RRQ's first two, right? The Hirara, Marcel, sure, these are strong heroes, but you have to recognize the issue. You need a mid lane that can clear waves quickly to emphasize that mobility. You need a gold lane that can ideally protect itself, and an EXP lane that wins. They didn't get any of that.
And I feel like the ban from IG is very, very good. I mean, the first three bans, you ban out the Atlas, you ban out the Uranus, you ban out the Esmeralda. So you ban out frontliners who not necessarily be able to frontline, but be able to dive in on your backline as well. Your Esmeralda can go on the backline. Atlas, to a certain extent, with Flicker at the same time, can go on to the backline to threat the Melissa, because you are prepping up the Melissa. And once you notice the ban from RRQ, they ban out the Freya, the Fanny, as well as the Barats, then Coach Bam is like, okay, you are giving me a free Melissa right now. Nobody can touch the Melissa, nobody can literally go onto the backside, because out of all the EXP leaders, maybe a Lapu Lapu would able to do so. But then again, RRQ Tora did not pick that up. So the Melissa first pick is a no-brainer, because free hit the enemy, and then you can farm up well. And then you layer her up with Valeric as well as a Wrath.
Melissa has value in that she offers draft manipulation as well, because she's a direct counter to Paquito. So if you pick her first, RRQ will be hesitant to lock in Paquito early. That means you know they're probably getting Hirara. Fairly solid chance of the Marcel as well. After that, it's pretty clear they want to go into the Rafaela, right? So you set that up. It gives you mobility. It allows you to move around the map. I think that the Eudora pick third red side is wrong. It is not good against a Rafaela. It can clear way faster, yes, but Rafaela heals through all the poke and moves across the map quicker as well. So you're not going to be able to back up your lanes as much when they need you to do so.
Unless you can snowball very, very early on with the Eudora, Hirara, as well as Marcel mid trio, that would be a different case, because most likely you would have enough damage output to burst her healing per second from the Wrath. But that was not the case as what happened in the game once we jump into the game. I mean, in comparison to IG, who had the better, I would say, composition to initiate the team fight, and they did that to a T. Although there are some sloppy initiation from IG, but they managed to fix that up come minute number 4, minute number 5. And once that snowball was, I would say, a small snowball going from the side of IG, it's just an easy going from the side of IG right there.
Yeah, on top of that, there's only really 3 lanes that can have tanks: jungle, roam, EXP.
Yep.
You reveal 2 of them. They know you only have 1 tank. And you've gotten rid of all the tankiest EXP laners. So that already creates a big issue, right? I think we should move on to the replays, right? We should have a look at some game clips to see what happened there.
It's very, very, I would say, how should I say, it's very, not very sad to see from the side of RRQ, honestly, but it's very difficult for me to do so, or to explain it so right there, because as we mentioned early on, this is from minute number 4, right? The initiation, if only, I would hope that RRQ, if they can get a good initiation off in this instance, that could help them at least snowball a little bit, at least a little bit for Supercan, or maybe from the side of Eudora, and that could help them, okay, once they get the itemization first, and they can ride on that momentum to be carried forward, either to rotate onto Rock G's side, or maybe to Yi3 side later on.
I like the idea from RRQ to attempt to go for the gank here onto Rock G, right? You can see that Lolil is still in lane up there in the top corner. So they know that, okay, Melissa's not here. They spot him in the mid lane. They try to go for the dive instantly. And it was a good attempt, but they weren't able to quite make it work. And then when you look at the positioning of the other players, IG is already set up to go for the turtle, but they're able to respond quicker. I'm actually shocked that Ye3 and Letizi are moving at around the same rate. I kind of feel like Ye3 could have done a better job of controlling lane. I feel like he should win against Aphobius. There's no reason for Letizi to be matching and even be ahead in EXP.
Look at this, right? I mean, the initiation from RRQ side is quite good already. They wanted to get a kill off Rock G, but the initiation, or not initiation, the rotation from Invictus side has already been prepared already. They know that, okay, Rock G is still alive because of the Purify, as well as he still has the go away. I mean, if you take a look at the ultimate counter, there is still the go away right there. So even if she gets dives upon, there's no way she will die. And this allow from the trio of the side of IG to come in and help her out instantly. I mean, Atan can flicker forward with the Rafa Triad, and then you would have the Holy Baptism to follow it up as well. So it's just perfect. And on the backside, I mean, Yetri has already covered up Letizi. I mean, Letizi could not do anything about it, even if he participated in the team fight now.
Rafaela as a hero who is oddly built to deal with Marcel. Because typically Marcel wants to outmaneuver the opponent, just run around the team, freezing people. The extra mobility from the Holy Healing helps deal with that. And if you do take any poke, it gets healed back up. It helps slow heroes like Belleric join fights quicker. That's why he's able to flicker in, get the Wrath of the Dryads as often, and then follow up with that Holy Baptism. It's a very strong mid duo, which is why whenever we see Rafaela being picked, it is usually with a Belleric.
Yeah, I mean, again, just I would hope for a better initiation, a better synergy composition from the side of RRQ. I mean, draft is another thing, that is a whole another issue, but once the draft has been settled, it's more about your gameplay as a team, on how you follow up, on how you initiate at the same time, and the quality of initiation that you provide towards the enemy. Because if the quality is not there, no matter what heroes you pick, it's still not going to work on your side.
The draft already set RRQ Tora up for failure here. It is very difficult to try and make a lineup like that work. When your main front line is being held in lane by the Hilda as well, it's even more difficult. There needs to be a shift. This is unfortunately a pattern that has been happening since yesterday. They gotta fix it.
Hopefully they will get it fixed for game number 2 later on. But for you guys who are here at our venue right now, don't forget you can get the MPL MY's official merch at Toda booth outside of our venue, or you can also buy it online at store.toda.com. And as we all know, MPL MY is right now sponsored or cultured by Toda. I mean, you can also enjoy a 20% discount. Use the code TODAXMPL or scan the QR code down below to get the official MPL MY official merchandise today. So yeah, there is some merchandise for you guys. Game number 2, different draft, please. I suppose.
I'm assuming they're going to switch sides here. If RRQ is on blue side, then they can prio Melissa, but I think if IG is smart, they will probably just ban the Melissa, and that opens up opportunities for heroes like Atlas and Paquito to be very valuable again.
I mean, IG did ban out 3 frontliners in their game number 1 when they were on the blue side. If they were on the red side right now, yeah, I can see a world where they would bounce back, where would they ban out the Paquito, maybe let through the Hirara or Marcel, and let RRQ decide which one would you like to have. We did talk about for both of these teams to bounce back because they lost their game as of yesterday. They did not get any points, right? They was clean swept by their opponents. So this would be the time for them to bounce back. But as we take the result from game number 1, it's looking like IG wants it more.
I mean, we look at their records from last season, right? During leg 1, we all remember that RRQ Tora was very strong last season. They were one of the strongest teams. Everyone thought, hey, they might be SRD challenges. That's why they were able to take it 2-1. But then in leg 2, IG started getting stronger. They switched up their lineup, and that's how they were able to clean sweep in return. This season, these are completely different team lineups. Okay, so many rookies, so many things to prove.
Maybe RRQ's idea is because last season, leg 1 was their strongest form ever, right? Coming into this season, we're gonna go for the leg 2. So leg 1, we're gonna be bad. Very, very bad.
They're trying to scale.
They're trying to scale for the late game potential, because the late game potential is definitely the playoffs. So that is the most important part. But before that, we need to be able to qualify for playoffs. So that's the most important part at the same time.
I don't really think so, man. I don't think that works.
Why not? It can.
AC last season.
We don't talk about AC last season, right? Do we?
No, I'm talking about it.
Okay. It did not work out at all.
Yeah. They tried to go. They only switched their roster late game. They didn't have enough points.
True.
You can't hedge your bets on late game.
True.
This is not a late game meta, dude. You gotta play early game.
Okay, at least if you want to play late game, get at least 1 point from each other match. Don't get destroyed 0-2. At least get 1 game in your hand.
So you think they can get 1 game now?
I believe so.
You believe?
After I see the draft.
Where's your proof?
After I see the draft.
After you see the draft.
After I see the draft, then maybe the belief is there.
You're gonna delay your proof.
I'm gonna delay it a bit.
Your proof comes in the late game.
By how many minutes later on as we take a look at the draft later on. But right now, we did ask Letizi, what do you think of your first season here? It's only game number 2 or game number 3 right now. There are a lot of rookie this season. As a rookie myself, it makes me feel more energetic to play. It's also good that ML teams now have a chance to go to M8. I think the league will become more competitive.
Well,
I kind of beg to differ, honestly.
You beg to differ? You don't think so?
I have a lot of respect towards MEL, MDL, and the equivalent leagues to that level. But I still believe there is a significant difference between MEL/MDL against their MPL leagues in their very respective countries.
I agree with you. I think there is a very notable gap. It's unfortunate to have to admit, but MAL standards just don't quite meet what MPL is looking for right now. And that's even considering that our MPL hasn't been the most consistent in recent seasons. It is a very big jump. There's a lot of adaptation that has to be made.
But I don't like that particular, how should I say, that particular instance to be the case of, oh, we should not put our MEL players towards MPL. Because if not, we're never going to get MEL players at all. So there is an argument where, like it or not, we have to force our MEL players to MPL level for them to accelerate a bit their potential and their skill set levels.
I agree with you. I think we need to keep training up new talent. We need to see new faces just to make sure that the competition continues to level up. But in order to do so, you gotta make sure that they are well prepared and well equipped. And that is the question we are about to answer. It's Expanding Rivers for game number 2.
Once again, Expanding Rivers. Let's take a look at the draft right now. Pakiro is still open, Melissa is still open, even if IG is on the red side right now. Priya and Hirara gets banned out. RRQ, meanwhile, banning out the Fanny as well as Alice. This is quite interesting and borderline funny as well, because I talked to Rain, our new BM analyst, right? He did mention about Super Ken's signature pick, or one of his signature pick is the Fanny. Quite good at it, very strong with it. But funny enough, yesterday and today as well, while RQ is on the blue side, they will ban that Fanny out. So I don't know, Sasa does not trust Super Ken's Fanny? Not too sure about it.
For a very long time, I've always felt like Fanny ban on blue side is a bit of a waste.
Yep.
To any team that feels like they have to do that usually means they're not confident in it.
Yep.
I don't really know if that's the case here, because as you mentioned, we know Super K can't play Fanny.
Yep.
I'm wondering if RQ is banning it because it's a bad matchup against Melissa. Right? So like if they pick Fanny first, then Melissa shows up. The Fanny can't really kill the marksman anymore, but the Melissa does get banned as well. I guess we'll have to reach out to the coaches after this to say that for certain, because it is still one of the best assassins we've got. But now Melissa's gone, Fanny's gone. We do have the Paquito and Marcel.
And RQ gonna opt to go for the Paquito first. 100% ban and pick rate as we are approaching the number 3 right now. Still 100% for the Paquito. Meanwhile, IG right now, Balearic is still there. Balearic +1 can be an idea here for the side of IG right now. They're gonna opt to go for the Balearic as well as the Esmeralda. One of the heroes that was banned out by IG in game number 1 has been picked up right now, which is gonna be the Esmeralda. I think it's a very, very good matchup against the Paquito if the Paquito goes on the EXP lane later on.
Yeah, solid opening here from the side of IG. You got one of the best roamers in the meta. His next best bet is already banned, and as you mentioned, Esme versus Pack is great, but we do have the Dirov making his debut this season. It is a winning matchup against the Esme, but has to win the lane hard, else his value in team fights drops off.
Will Coach Bam be brave enough to switch things around and put this Esmeralda on the goal lane later on, just to avoid the matchup against Deroth? I feel like the matchup against Deroth is not that bad. Yes, on paper, because Deroth is a armor breaker, shield breaker at the same time. Yes, he will go against very, very well up against the Esmeralda. But I've seen some cases where the Esmeralda still survive on that lane. I think it's just a matter of the pilot, the users of these two heroes right later on. But IG right now, after seeing the Novera gets picked up, what will IG choose for their third pick for now is going to be the Nolan.
All right. I do like what IG is doing currently. Nolan's still one of the better assassins because of how quickly he farms in the jungle. I was originally thinking, will IG just go for another Rafaela here? Belleric Esme already a really good setup for it, but there's no need to prio, especially if you can force RRQ to ban it as well. I'll go for the Nolan first. And that is a hero that would be able to offer backup if the lane does end up being a little bit difficult for the Esme. I actually thought that IG might prio Matilda for themselves, but they banned it.
Ban out the Matilda also means you are banning out the composition of the flying Barats at the same time, because Barat is still up for grabs. Maybe for the side of... Okay, no, maybe not, because Dairat is still there. Pakito is being picked up. Unless IG want to go for this double fighter composition, maybe, but I don't necessarily think so. Marcel gets banned out from the side of IG. RRQ right now, after banning out the Brody, one more ban, focusing on maybe an early marksman right here could be the idea for them, or ban out the mid lane. But then again, mid lane, there's still a plethora of options.
For not trusting yourself.
Yeah, I was thinking best bet for IG now is either Rafaela or Eudora. RRQ seems to feel the same, so they will go ahead and get rid of Eudora first. IG looking for their mid lane and their gold. I think mid is the safest. I still think Rafaela is a very, very solid option in this case to speed up the early game and help match against RRQ. But Novaria's Astral Echo is something that is quite annoying. That is a Zhu being locked in by IG.
I like it. I like it a lot. I mean, the trio that they have right now, Zhu, Belleric, as well as Esmeralda, if they can combo, synchronize their skill well, nobody can get away with from them. With the Crimson Beacon, with the Wrath of Dryad, Falling Star Moon at the same time, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to get away from that lockdown unless you bring in a Purify or a Flicker, and your positioning is just that good to avoid all of these skill set.
This is a tricky one now. RRQ still needs a main front line, but most of them are going to have difficulty against Zhu Xin. Safest bet is probably something like Gatot Kacha, so that if he is lifted, he still has a way out if necessary. RRQ, yep, they will lock in Gatot. They'll go with the Claude as well.
The clouds are ever shifting.
And IG will go for Aura, yep. Fighter.
Aura gold.
I did expect a double fighter. I'm just not too sure what kind of fighter they want to bring
Esme
it out.
gold.
Yeah, Esme gold. They want to avoid. They talk about it. They want to avoid this Dairoth matchup on the XP side. So you go for that idea, and you go for a hyper carry for the Nolan later on.
It's not even out of the ordinary. I think that Esmeralda gold is one of Ruff, aka Rockji's most comfortable picks, right? He is gonna be very happy playing that into a Claude. So once again, I like what Invictus is bringing to the table, but they also can't let the game last too long or they will get outscaled.
Yeah, I agree. We shall see what RRQ have in store for us with this Dairoth, because if the early stages does not go well for them, it's gonna be a very, very hard game as we jump into the Land of Dawn. Game number 2, RRQ up against Invictus Gaming.
Invictus Gaming currently one game up, one victory away from securing their own clean sweep as a bit of revenge for what happened yesterday. Can the rookies of RRQ Tora, can the Kingdom show that they are not a monarchy to be so easily toppled in this game number 2? For now, we can already see a lot of poke being done to Tricky. Novaria does do a pretty good job of clearing wave.
And as we all know, that double mid duo from the side of IG as well as RRQ Tora is definitely gonna try their best to clear up their wave as fast as possible, to be able to rotate out of their lane, to be able to help out their jungles and etc. As we take a look at the emblem setup right now, Festival of Blood for Cloud, I think 2 out of the ordinary, as well as Esmeralda. Similar emblem, except for Esme is gonna go for that support main emblem setup right now.
One thing to note is that IG will overall lack a DPS somewhat, since they have a Zeus in mid and an Esme gold. So a lot of their DPS is basically coming from Lun alone. If RRQ is aware of this and finds some way to disable the Nolan, then even if they don't have the best positioning in team fights, they should just be able to out DPS.
Either that or IG, one thing that they can rely on is their everlasting crowd control between the Sora, the Balearic, as well as the Zuxin at the same time. I mean, escaping death right there from Sora. Look at Rock G positioning right now. Cutting up until the inhibited side on this bot side.
Has the Esme gold special right there. Yeah. Something that Rookji has always loved to do. Cleared away fast. He knows he wants to join for the turtle fight. They were gonna make it a 5v4. Super Ken gonna get spotted in kind of a bad spot actually. 2-man knockout strike does good. Ye3 gonna get taunted. Does not have his ultimate. First blood over to Letizi. This is what RRQ wants. Atan not gonna be able to stake around as well. So RRQ takes the first turtle.
A mistake from Ye3 right there. I mean, probably popping off the Thunderform quite early on right there, not allowing him to get that level 4 and to be able to be in that cloud form to control the team fight even more securely. But hey, RRQ Tora can only take whatever being dealt upon them. Got the kill, got the turtle. Good early game start from RRQ Tora as expected.
I don't really know why Ye3 was that far forward without his ult available. And that's Super Ken looking for Tricky. The knockout strike finishes off Zusin. Atan not even level 4 yet. He has to flicker out.
I mean, RRQ Tora are playing to their very own draft, to their very own advantage right now with the early rotation from Letizi at the same time as Super Ken catching out Tricky right there, knowing that Tricky does not have any ways to run away from the hands of the Prokido with the sprint as well as the Crimson Beacon right there. 2-0 as we approach the 4th minute mark, and IG right now are on the back end, and it's not a good draft to be in if you are playing from behind right now because you don't have necessarily much DPS going on your side.
Yeah, you're going for a double fighter with a Nolan jungle. You need to be taking the game fast. It's still fairly early, so they can come back from this, but they can't afford for another situation like that to occur. Ideally, you get a couple pickoffs within the next minute or so.
Looking at the level as well, Lun level 6, Super Ken level 7, that is a big indicator right now that IG are falling behind in terms of farming, in terms of level setup as well. So for this next turtle team fight, it will always be dependent on Atan, Rock G as well as Tricky. How can they control the team fight with their very set of skills? And RRQ Tora, how can they disperse themselves between one and another? Ezekiel with the Star Shatter, Atbog with the Avatar of the Guardian at the same time, and they would need Letizi to participate. As I mentioned, Letizi is making his way right now. Ye3 gone.
A very nice gank from Super Ken. They knew that Ye3 was going to try and make his way downwards just based on the pattern IG has been playing, so they cut him off. 2-man gank, easy take out the Sora. IG just can't fight anymore.
I mean, RRQ Tora will definitely have the prior on this turtle right now. Looking at the rotation from IG, they're just gonna give it up and focus on the top lane. Loliao might get caught out.
They're gonna try and jump him. The lift up is good. The fracture, one hit, they'll finish him off, but they took a little bit longer than they'd like. Tricky should be able to get out here. Ye3 gonna get caught. Rapid Dryad catches all of them. The damage is good. Atan will be traded away, but the healing coming through. Letizi jumped forward, double kill for the Jira. Rookji, I don't think you want to be here, sir. This is not a fight you want to take.
I think this is what you mentioned just now. The coordination was good from the side of IG, where Ye3 in the cloud form managed to catch out 2 members of RRQ Tora, followed up by Atan's Wrath of Dryad, but the damage is just not there. It's just not there for them. Yes, Lun was there, but again, Lun is not able to snowball his way in terms of damage, so that's why damage is very much lacking from the side of IG. And now that IG noticed this, I'm not too sure if they want to go, once again, I'm not too sure, are they going to go on the initiation side later on?
Ideally, they should be the ones starting fights. They have Balearic, they have Sora, but they have been losing them out multiple times. Super Ken and Letizi have already gotten really solid gold injections, and that's exactly what they want to achieve with these two heroes. The more you snowball, the more effective you will become, the more time you can buy for Lolil.
I mean, even if they do go a bit aggressive, even if they do initiate team fight from the side of IG, they would definitely require Lun to participate in that team fight as well. because that is the only main source of damage for the side of IG. RRQ Tora can split things up. They can play this 4-1 composition that allows Lolia to just pump up on the bot side right now, dealing with RRQ at the same time.
RRQ Tora holding on to a 1.5k gold lead, already looking pretty comfortable currently. Lolil also out-farming RRQ despite being in a marksman versus fighter combination. So the game plan for Invictus is not working out currently, and they're gonna have to do something about it quick.
No.
They do get the lift up on Adboy, but the Astral Echo hits everyone. They're revitalized, doing a lot of work, and the Astral Shatter doing good damage. Atan gonna try and go for the conceal, but right in front, we see the Cloud Form catch. Wrath of Dryad stops the fight. Letizi goes down, shuts down for Tricky. Lun secures the turtle and jumps forward. The Nolan picking them off one by one, and the Clouds locking down the Boxer. Super Ken shall fall, and IG finds their foothold.
Very good engagement from the side of IG right there. Just the way how they change things up right there is what impresses me the most on how they managed to get that team fight. And I thought they wanted to layer their team fight one and another, but it was so different right there. I saw that Wrath of Dryad was used in front of the turtle, and then on the back side, on the back end of things, it was RRQ using the Falling Star Moon as well as Z3. So they were diverging their focus on two sides. One is going to be focusing on Lehtizi, the other side is just focusing on Super Ken. Right now,
literally, you just said his name, and he's getting caught up in the tower again. Invictus, a single play is all it took, and honestly, that's what this meta has been looking like. Doesn't matter how much of a lead you have, one big mistake is all it takes for things to come crashing down.
Very, very good recap from IG right now.
Second spear.
Just almost right there.
That's not normal.
I mean, IG just very good. How should I say how they re-engage their teamfight, because they know that if we layer our teamfight, it's not going to work. So we have to split the teamfight into multiple sections, and that is worked out to perfection from the side of IG. And right now, RRQ Tora, they have a different threat right now. They can't be able to do what they did on the early stages, because that is their game time. That is their winning point. As we approach the middle game minute mark, 9-minute mark, 10-minute mark, their scaling has fallen off a bit, and right now is the time for Lolia to be able to carry things out. But then again, Lolia is not been farming well. One death, level 11 is not enough. You need more from Lolia right now.
Yeah, the later the game goes, the less IG will need to pay attention to Letizi, and the more they'll have to focus on the Claude instead. They cannot let this go until 18 minutes. IG has to make choices fast. For now, Ye3 going to make his presence known in the middle of the entire team. He's taking a lot of damage. He has to pop that Cloud Form. Catches two. Revilus comes out. Blazing Duet doing a lot of damage. Lolil jumps into the back. Ye3 goes down. Tricky can be chased down as well. He does find the kill on Letizi. Now, here comes Ravlun. Oh my god, the damage. Double kill for Nolan. Double kill for the Zeus Sin. Invictus turns it around again.
Lune right there put on his dancing shoes and just sway away to get that double kill immediately. That was instant, that was quick, that was sassy from Lune right there. With the crowd control that they provided from Tricky, from Atan, as well as Ye3 at the same time, that was a perfection. Nolan went in with the Blazing Duet. But after that team fight, Letizi was gone. This was the initiation from Lune. Just goes in, knows his target, pickpocket his target immediately between Super Ken as well as Lolia.
Invictus Gaming has figured out the secret here. RRQ is cooldown based. A lot of their heroes are very burst focused. If they all engage first and spend those abilities, especially on Atan or Ye3, Lun can just find the opportunity to go for the finish line. And now 5... Oh my goodness, Lolil nearly died.
If there was an instant of crowd control either from Atan or from Tricky right there, Lolil is definitely gonna get killed against the damage output from Lune right there. Atan just waiting in the front line, still okay.
Feeling it.
No flicker right now from Atan. Has the Wrath of Dryad, so they're just gonna wait things out a bit. I mean, he does not necessarily have to initiate first. You still have the Falling Star Moon, you still have the Cloud Form from Ye3 at the same time.
Astral Echo will hit all 5. Well, actually, no. Lun is down for... Oh, Lun with the mega kill. The 1v1 victory. Lolil, you should not fight that.
A solo kill as well. A solo kill under your inhibitor turret, and you got killed. You should feel ashamed of yourself, I'm not gonna lie.
That's very harsh, sir.
I'm not gonna lie, man.
Sound like his dad.
You should be ashamed, boy. Under your inhibitor turret, you get ganked right there. Okay, Yatri.
Cloudbind catches Latizi. He's able to dash out, but Roxy is right there to stop his descent. They're just making it as annoying as possible. In fact, he has the flicker in his own base. Inhibitor down, Invictus on a pathway to a clean sweep.
Just the way that Invictus Gaming turns things around right now. RRQ right now does not care. You do not have the damage. Atan does not care. You don't have the damage right now. I mean, you do, early stages, but right now it's 12-minute mark. I'm pretty sure RRQ as well as Atan has picked up some or several items to be able for them to withstand the damage from RRQ Tora. And it's looking like quite very hard for RRQ Tora right now.
Yeah, things are difficult. Even though they had an initial lead. Couple of lost fights and it all turns around on you. Claude is still a very solid late game carry, but he comes with conditions. He's got to have his stacks up. He's got to have enough time to do that blazing duet damage. And he does get somewhat countered by Belleric as well. So it's a hard job for Lolil. Someone is a big fan of Toads back there, huh?
A big fan of Toad or a big fan of that particular enemy right there?
That particular one. What was his name? Gamma was he Kichi or Bunta?
Gamma Bunta? I think it's the dad, right?
Was Bunta the dad or was...
I think Bunta is the dad.
Okay, that's Kichi then.
Kichi then.
Okay, yeah.
We could be wrong. I mean, you guys
big Gamma Kichi fan.
Someone can correct us on the live stream later on. But right now, lot fight. Lolil taking a bit of amount of damage right there. I mean, it still has the PMI away. But this bottom push right now, Sugan and Lazy just hiding themselves, not showcasing that. But I'm pretty sure RRQ knows.
Yeah, he knows. He can just walk forward. The only person he dies to now is Lolil. So as long as the Claude isn't around, RRQ can go wherever he wants. Invictus has a 7k gold lead, but they do have slightly worse late game scaling, so they still cannot take this too willy-nilly. They gotta respect this Claude, whereas RRQ, they just gotta find Lun. The Nolan is still 0 deaths.
And I like the positioning of Lun. He's not showcasing himself as much. I mean, he is weaving his way in and out of team fights and then just hiding himself in the bush right now. Conceal, trying to find Super Ken most likely, yeah?
Look at RRQ, he's already dropped your Hezkill down to half HP and they found Super Ken. Why are you so far from your team, my good sir? Thinks it's a boxing ring or something. The AOG has to be used to escape. This is absolutely the freest lord in the universe.
That is very, very unfortunate for Super Ken right now. The reason why IG managed to get that kill, he noticed or they know that again, not too sure why Super Ken wanted to clear the bottom wave right there, but showcase him himself right there. It allows IG to just very instantly went in for that kill with the setup from themselves right there. And right now, Adboy ought to be careful right now.
Stormbind will miss Adboy. Oh, I don't think IG should fight this. You can see Lolil does. Oh, Tricky 1 hit away from death. That Star Shatter nearly signaled his end. Maybe RRQ can buy some time with this.
Just maybe right now. I mean, Lot is pushing on the top side. They are going to be focusing on the mid and bottom side. But look at Lolil as well as Super Ken clearing things up on the spot side. Easy as well as Adboy. Clear the minion wave on the mid side right now. So this is going to be an unsuccessful siege. Most likely. I mean, there is the next wave. Depends on IG. Are they going to push the envelope right now?
I don't think they can. They really shouldn't. We are reaching the point in the game where the poke from your Hezkill and Lolil is actually a lot, because even the frontliners can't really tank it. Oh, the Stormbind catches 2, but he gets disrupted, only manages to push back Letizi. He flickers out, Raptor Dryad misses. Here comes the rest of the team though. They Stormbind Adboy, surrounded 1v5, but Hezkill is still sniping. Yetri has to be careful. He's within range of death. RRQ Tora will hold.
Very good engagement from IG, very good defense from RRQ Tora side right there. Just allowing themselves to have a breather of a space on that particular siege from IG. Still, inhibitor turret on the mid side as well as the bot side is still up for now. But IG, they are not going to stop. they are still gonna try to somewhat push the envelope a bit, or at least take all the resources from RRQ Tora, especially the resources on the jungle of RRQ Tora.
I feel like Invictus should be trying to freeze their waves a little bit further outside the base, as they are going to take a lot of poke as long as they remain pushing. It's like they will slow things down just a little bit. But yeah, you can see Yehezkiel's damage needs to be respected. Loliel's positioning needs to be wary. It can still go either way, even with that 8k gold lead.
Yep. I think for the side of RRQ Tora right now, Yehezkiel plays an important role right now. To be able to hit the Star Shatter and to be able to hit it on the right target is the most crucial part right now, because one good snipe can just turn things around. On the side of IG right now, looking at the mini-map, RRQ on the backside with Loon as well. Pretty sure RRQ Tora notices this. They are gonna prep on this next Lord. Look at Ye3, already push up the top wave. So there is gonna be somewhat of a pressure for RRQ Tora to deal with later on.
Loon found it. I saw it on the minimap. It happened so fast. The insta burst, and the biggest problem for IG is executed. Letizi and Adboy in no man's land. Here comes the Clouds. The Clouds are unforgiving, and they will take them down without any mercy. AOG, Adboy, 1% HP. Can he get away? No, the flicker forward. They don't let them go home after the Dryad. Catches Super Ken as well. You can't punch a tree, my friend. Apparently you can. They do snipe him down though. Yeah, tree will fall. It's gonna be a 4v2 defense. RQ will hold. Invictus goes for the Lord.
Alright, Invictus knows they can't be too aggressive right now. They need to be able to take care of Loon because that is their primary damage dealer right now. RRQ, Wally Star Moon away from danger right now. Are they gonna focus on this Lord, or are they just gonna beat things out? Okay, they are gonna be focusing it down.
They're gonna blitz it. RRQ holding. Astral Echo will scout it. Atan nearly dead, and he will walk away. And IG resets.
I guess you can. I mean, you can't punch a tree. I mean, you will take a lot of damage at the same time, but you can use some galaxy force of nature from the side of Yehezkiel to be able to take down that tree with the Star Shatter at the same time. But it's very unfortunate that we did not get to take a look at how Loon managed to snipe off Loliel right there on the bot side, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we didn't manage to see that on camera. It happened very, very quickly, but that is the strength of the Nolan. Looks like they will pick up Adboy. Revitalize and AOG used defensively right before the Lord.
Right, no AOG, no Revitalize. I mean, Loliel still has the Purifier as well as the Blazing Duet. So we shall see how RRQ Tora is going to set up their defensive wall right now.
Ooh, Astral Echo was actually able to keep Loon away. That's the main issue. RRQ Tora may not have to worry about him for now, but his Cloudbind does catch two. They stun him. They get the two-man knockup into the two-man taunt and lift. RRQ chases down the back to make sure they cannot follow up, and it's taking a long time to go through Adboy though. Here comes the flicker around from Dryad. Forces the Purify from Loliel. RRQ still holding strong. The inhibitor will fall in the mid lane. Loon waiting for a chance to enter. Ye3 dropping the low HP. Still has the immortality holding on, but the minion waves are being slowly cleared up. RRQ Tora, they're not going home just yet.
I mean, this is the slight downside of a double fighter comp. Your damage is non-existent. Yes, you have a lot of crowd control between all of your heroes, but you would still need a finisher. And that finisher being Loon. And Loon also noticed that, okay, I can't be too aggressive. I can't take that risk, because if I get killed, that means it's over for IG in terms of damage right now. RRQ.
He's gonna walk into the bush. Wow! The 5-man Cloudbind! RRQ will be the first one down. Rapid the Dryad is good, but his damage enough. Loon! Godlike! Finds Yehezkiel in the back. The front line is dealing with the rest. Letizi gonna chase down the Ye3 on the opposite side of the map as Loliel survives with the wind of nature. He's gonna get cut off by the AOG. They want this Nolan, but he just waves them goodbye and goes home. Invictus have lost two in exchange for only one.
But that one is the Novara. I think it's still a good trade. I mean, if Novara is still alive, it's going to be very, very hard for the side of IG right there. Good initiation, but then again, Super Ken, as well as the members of RRQ Tora, was ready for the initiation from Sora right there. Nonetheless, Loon still managing to focus down.
Oh! How do we keep missing this?
Why?
Loliel blasted by the no Loon once again. Letizi not able to do much anymore at this stage of the game. It really is just a battle between the Claude and the Nolan.
I mean, 8-0-8 right now. As you mentioned, you called it. Call him no loon right now. There's no way. There's no way for him to not get that kill. It's just straight on the point.
Invictus Gaming can no longer afford to take fights for too long. They don't have enough consistent DPS, but they do have ways of just bursting Lolil down. I honestly don't know how Lolil's getting bursted so often. He really should be adapting at this point, but Lun is doing a great job of positioning himself so he is unseen. We will see the Stormbind pull away Ad Boy. We once again see the Toad. Observer, there's more important things to look at, like Ad Boy's unfortunate early demise at the hands of 5 members of IG.
I get it. You like Gamakichi, I get it. But bro, Ad Boy was in danger right there. We need to see what happened just now. Lot is gonna march on at the mid side right now. Invictus Gaming already.
Can they jump in for this? Winter Crown gonna be used. Rapid Drive catches 2. Super can pops Immortality. The Lord is on top of the crystal. Well, Leo has respawned, but can he hold? There's just too much damage. Too many bodies. Invictus Gaming secured a clean sweep.
There was just no way for IG to back off. There was just no way for that No Lun was able to die right there. Unstoppable from Lun. Literally unstoppable. Time after time after time. Finding pickup against Loliel. And I possess the same question. At some point, you would hope that, okay, Loliel might learn his lesson and adapt to this. But that did not happen at all. At all.
And the worst part is,
why?
All of his character development was off screen.
No. Literally off screen.
Literally off screen.
He came back from a replay, he dies. We were focusing on another fight, he dies on the bot side. And we can only see on the minimap. Very, very unfortunate from RRQ Toro right there. The draft is okay, I suppose. It's very understandable on the early stages, but then again, it does not matter. But right now, let's head it over to the main stage with IG as well as our host, Rose. Let's go.
Kemenangan pertama untuk Invictus Gaming pada musim ini di MPL Malaysia 2-0 atas RRQ Tora, dan bersama Rose di atas pentas kita ada Rockji dan juga Atan. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Kita matching hari ini, hitam dengan putih. So, first up, amazing game. Rockji, you baru kalahkan your ex-team. First of all, how does that feel? Apa perasaan Rock lepas kalahkan orang?
Feeling great.
Feeling great. Okay, now Rockji, mungkin kita boleh discuss sedikit lah tentang IG. Sebab kita tahu untuk musim ini, coaching staff IG dalam fasa developing players lah kan. Player muda yang ada bakat. So, macam mana? Apa experience Rockji dan juga apa yang you belajar daripada coaches IG?
Semestinya first kali sistem dekat IG lah, kita orang kena adapt secepat mungkin. Lagi-lagi bila kita orang main dengan rookie, mulanya agak shaky lah sebab susah nak dapatkan chemistry, but kita orang try hard lah. Everyday memang kita orang try hard, kita orang push the limit, and ni lah hasilnya.
Okay, now you mention kan main dengan rookie ni tak, of course semudah lah kan, sebab dorang tak ada experience dan juga scream experience yang you guys ada. So, sebagai orang senior dalam IG, macam mana you bantu your rookie teammates?
Benda pertama adalah bagi dorang motivation and bantu dorang dari segi cara pola dorang berfikir dalam game untuk apa benda yang dorang patut buat daripada fikir benda-benda yang in general lah.
Wow, makin lama Rockji makin matang lah di pentas MPL. Thank you very much, and of course kita pun nak borak dengan seorang rookie kita untuk musim ini. Hello Atan, how are you? Welcome to MPL Malaysia.
Yes.
Apa perasaan jadi pro player di pentas besar macam ni?
Gembira, happy.
Nervous ke?
Nervous sikit je.
Nervous sikit. Macam mana you dapat, maintain your composure dan tak terlalu nervous bila tengah main depan ramai orang macam ni?
Kawan-kawan banyak bantu lah.
Biasanya
coach banyak bantu, tim juga banyak bagi semangat lah untuk lebih confident.
Apa coach selalu cakap?
Have fun.
Have fun. Okay, now Atan, tadi sebelum match, Rose borak sedikit dengan Year 3 and dia cakap salah satu faktor kekalahan semalam adalah nervousness dan juga experience daripada pemain-pemain rookie dari Invictus Gaming. So, bagi Atan, hari ni masalah tu sudah selesai ke? Dah tak selalu nervous?
Kurang nervous lah sebab semalam first time match dekat MPL, so agak nervous sikit. Hari ni dah tak nervous sangat dah.
Tak nervous sangat, dah okey dah?
Okey dah.
Lepas tu dapat pula happy dan moral boost kan sebab menang 2-0.
Betul.
Betul. Okay. Good job Atan untuk interview ni. I tahu you agak nervous tapi good job. Alright guys, so kita pun sudah saksikan perlawanan clean sweep daripada Invictus Gaming. Tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the match. So, agak-agaknya siapakah MVP anda? Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Siapa? Loon! Alright, join us on stage. Mari kita borak sedikit dengan Loon. Bagi tahu Ros, Loon ni pemalu ke? Dia hyper ke? Macam mana?
Dia introvert dan extrovert.
Dua-dua?
Depends.
Dua-dua. Okay, so kita tengoklah interview ni macam mana. Hello Loon, congratulations.
Hello.
Welcome to MPL Malaysia. Depan sikit. Okay, nervous ke? Interview ni nervous? No. Okay, Rose nak tanya. Semalam korang punya match pembukaan adalah menentang dengan... Oh, is that you? Comel! Okay, Loon. Semalam match pembukaan Invictus Gaming menentang dengan SRG. Year 3 cakap you guys nervous. You guys ada sedikit pressure. So next match anda adalah lawan Vamos. Salah satu pasukan yang buat sangat-sangat terbaik di musim lepas. And of course buat yang terbaik di pentas international. How are you guys planning to adapt untuk kekalkan emosi tenang masa lawan Vamos minggu depan?
Sebenarnya selama kita main dalam sistem tim kita bisa kalahin semua orang lah. Kalau tentang match kemarin mungkin jadi semacam shock terapi lah buat kita. Dan hari ini kita bisa main lepas. Dan buat minggu next match, we will be ready.
Do you have a message kepada tim Vamos?
Oh lah.
No, don't have. Okay, message kepada fans yang datang. Fans, family, friends.
Buat fans and friends, thank you lah udah datang buat support kita.
Alright, terima kasih Tania. Congratulations. Player-player rookie sangat-sangat comel. With that, mari let's show it to the casters to analyze apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan ini. Throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rose, as well as the team members of IG just now. And congrats to Loon, our MVP for the game. I mean, well deserved. Wow, 1,003 goals. 1,000.
Whoa.
That's been since quite long since we saw somebody to achieve that 1K GPM, right?
That's difficult, dude. Nowadays, getting 1,000 GPM is highly unlikely, but it's not too surprising as well. 9, 0, and 10. That's a very nice total damage number as well. Looking very pretty right there. 95% kill participation on top of that. Every single time we jump back to this guy, camera cuts back. He has murdered Lolil in cold blood and walked away like it meant nothing.
I mean, it's just showcasing how fast he managed to get that kill off, number one. And as the second of all is the positioning. He knows where or the potential or the whereabouts of Lolial to be able to get that kill. And again, just how fast he managed to execute the combo that he has to get that fracture off against Lolial with the full item setup that he has possessed. But when we take a look at the draft from the side of RRQ Tora, yes, it's a clear cut that early game aggression is definitely there for them, and they did that to a T. I mean, I'm not gonna be very hard on Letizi because Letizi did all he could in the early stages. But once you approach that mid to late game, it's definitely gonna be hard for Letizi to do anything about it because the job has been done by Letizi early on. It's all up to Lolial, it's all up to Superken or Hezekiel to carry from that moment on.
I think in terms of item progression, everything is fairly standard. I don't play a lot of Nolan, so I'm not sure if Great Dragon Spear is a typical item grab. Not to mention as a third item as well. In this case, it does work though. He wants to pop the ult, the dash out, and then rejoin the fight later on. He understands that the dynamic, especially in the early game, is you want to avoid all the damage from Letizi and Superken, and then once they're all burnt out, then you show up for the killing blow.
I think so. I mean, it's literally a drive-by, you get your kill, and then you just walk away. Or you reset your positioning to go in once again, because he cannot necessarily get a kill and walk away immediately, because again, the damage dealer from the side of IG is he himself. So he needs to be able to stick around, buy a bit of some time after getting a kill to be able to go on against, because the engagement from the side of IG, there's a lot. You have the Crimson Beacon, you have the Wrath of Dryad, you have the Falling Star Moon. So the potential of kills that Loon might get is more than one. So he cannot just get a kill, walk back immediately, because he needs to get a kill, stay around for a while to see if any other potential kill that is still available, and then he might be able to do so. This will be the first clip that we will take a deeper look on the third turtle, if I'm not mistaken. This is when IG already knows that, okay, how should we play around RRQ right now, because the first initiation or the first team fight that is being done from the side of IG is, I think, sorry, my bad. I was gonna go around here.
Okay.
That was the first part of the team fight that commenced. And the other team fight will somewhere happen around here, if I'm not mistaken. But we will take a look as how this game progresses. As the team fight progresses, Atang walks back. They just reset things off. And then the initiation between Yi3 and Atan as well. Look at that, okay. This is great. One fight is being commenced on this part. Sorry, I'm gonna go a bit deeper here. Okay, and then the other part is here. So there's two initiations ongoing right now between the side of Invictus Gaming, and it just splits up RRQ Tora's focus right now. If I were to be lonely right now, like, do I go here or do I go here to help things out right now? So that split decision making right now, it allows Invictus Gaming to take team fights very well, and it allows, or it does not allow RRQ Tora to focus on one particular thing. And it's not necessarily, in this particular team fight, it does not necessarily they need to get a kill here, but this one most likely, because Loon is here right now. So Loon, when Loon is nearby, you would need to get a kill wherever Loon is nearby. The other part is just to zone things out.
Yeah, the thing is, RRQ Tora's lineup is actually surprisingly well equipped for taking slightly more independent battles. But in this case, they did not have the initiative, right? They were caught on the retreat, which is why it was so messy for them. Invictus found a really good timing thanks to RRQ coming in from the bottom flank. RRQ tried to run home, but then half of them got caught. So there's that instant hesitation of like, do we help our team? Right? Do we start this fight again? They kind of have no choice but to do so unless they're willing to sacrifice Adboy and Letizi. But that may have been the better option in this case because they end up losing Superken on top of that. Before this fight, RRQ Tora was leading. They were the ones in control of the game. IG found the answer by delaying, by forcing out cooldowns early and splitting up the burst. Because Superken and Letizi were the ones getting kills before this.
I think once Letizi was out of the picture, I like what RRQ did here because he immediately focused on these three members. He literally, okay, Letizi is out of the picture, so right now I can focus on these three members and I can just allow myself to get a good initiation off. And that's what he did. He went in for Superken, not necessarily getting out Ezekiel, but it does not allow Superken to walk in to get certain kills. Look at that Superken, he can't do anything about it. He wants to, but he not necessarily can do so about it. Adboy dies, and then everybody can jump in onwards to Superken, and Superken is gone at the same time. I think this overall is a very, very good engagement from the side of IG because understanding where to go, understanding on how to push on their team fight with their multiple crowd control. You got from Tricky, you got from Atan, you got from RRQ, as well as you got from Yi3. At first, I thought, okay, you need to layer your crowd control, but it's not necessarily so. You can use your crowd control abilities on different segmentation. Maybe on this end, maybe on this end as well. And then you take on team fight wherever. If Loon is here, okay, we fight here. And then this one is just more to zone things out. If Loon is here, it's a different case. You zone out maybe on the other end of things. So again, good understanding of the draft from IG and good, how should I say, what's the word, right? Good maneuvering from IG, noticing that, okay, earlier stages, it did not work out. How can we fix it? And they fix it on the fly, on the go right now. So I think that's why I brought this first clip out, because the early engagement, it did not work out for a while for the IG, but then they changed things around. This is where the momentum was built upon IG to get the game onwards later on.
IG understands what their draft is supposed to do. When you have so many crowd control heroes and so little damage, your goal really is just to delay fights. It's to be as annoying as possible for as long as possible, pop the ultimates to catch people, and set them up for Trekkie to lift them over and over again. Lun is supposed to be the main DPS, but you start realizing like he doesn't actually need to contribute as much if they're able to absorb damage on the right people and then take out the important targets. You can see in this fight, they just basically ignored Lolil. Right? The moment he BMI'd out, they're like, all right, bye, you know, we don't really care, because he tickles at this point. He does not do enough damage for it to matter, and he's too hard to catch anyway, so may as well go for Letizi since he was one of the first ones you catch, and then Super Ken. This is a situation that shows why Paquito jungle just doesn't feel as good. You want to commit to try and steal the turtle. But at that point, you've used your resources to get there. You have no way out. You want to try and fight back to survive, but then you're using the same skills that you might want to save for escaping. And you know there's no way out at this point. Your team can do nothing to help you. It is a big waste of the hero's capabilities. In this case, if he was the EXP lane, perhaps, right? You could have the tank in front, where Super Ken is now, taking attention, like Adboy is doing. The Paquito could be coming from behind, right? Look at how low Atan is. Look at how low Trekkie is. A flank would have been so much better.
Yeah, I mean, again, with a Paquito EXP lane, you would still have the resources of a flicker. You can go in, flicker forward, get a kill, and then walk away from any kind of danger. And even Lulil as well at the same time, because Lulil, I feel like even he pops up the Blazing Duet. I mean, he has the Blazing Duet. It will not do anything because there's a lot of members of IG, and that damage is going to be shared upon the members of IG at the same time. And in terms of itemization, he's just not there yet. So I think that's wrap things up for that particular first clip right there on how IG side managed to just turn things around after I wouldn't say a bad early game, but it just doesn't work out on the early stages, and how they managed to walk away with that victory on that particular fight just now. And it allows them, okay, we know that how we should take on this team fight, and we shall do this again and again, and this will be our momentum builder from this moment on.
Well, it just takes a long time to scale regardless. And that game, I think that like 3 members of IG built Chastise Pauldron, 2 of which were like second or third item. So it becomes even more difficult for them overall. Yeah, it's tough.
Honestly, IG's draft is a high risk, high reward, not gonna lie.
Yes.
If it does not work out because only 1 damage dealer, if he gets killed early on, if he does not get a good amount of damage in, it's gonna be very, very, very difficult. Although, we do have to give applaud to IG on how they managed to turn it around, and it's very, very smooth gameplay from them right there. I think, what do you think about RRQ? Their chances right now?
Not looking too good. I think we kind of highlighted a little bit of this earlier, but having rookie players in roles as important as Roam and EXP, who open the map and provide information, is really difficult to work with, right? I think what they really need is an X Factor.
I mean, they will be able to get that X Factor with the all-new Charity Go Cross Hybrid, where you can cross your Gaia every day with the dual power technology, fuel efficiency as low as 5.4 liter per 100 km and up to 1,000 km driving range. 5 liter per 100 km. I'm from Klang. I work in Kuala Lumpur. The total distance between Klang and Kuala Lumpur is more than 40 kilometers. So back and forth is about 80 kilometers. So with 5.4 liter only, with the all-new Charity Go Cross, I can get from Klang to my workplace, back to Klang easily. Fuel efficiency at its finest.
That sounds pretty good. In fact, I heard that you can even just say hello, Cherry, for a smarter journey, right? It's got 16 intelligent safety figures. That's a lot of confidence. Sounds pretty good to me. But after this short break, we are going to be jumping into another match. It's going to be Team Ray up against SRG. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you guys in a short moment.
Aku ya?
Tahu je.
Tahu enggak? Ira dulu guys.
Mati.
Ira dulu.
Aman. Aman, gua bisa hidupin lagi.
Aman guys. Nice.
Aman. Reload. Aman Ira guys. Aman guys. Jauh. Marcel. Nice.
Pope.
Gas lagi. Dah menang. Aman. Pope. Bunuh aja. Hero dulu ya. Turut. Nice, pare.
Nice time, tentu lah Tan.
Lego.
Lucian gak ada apa-apa ya?
Mereka gak ada apa-apa guys, gak ada apa-apa.
Aman kan? Nice one kan?
Aman.
Main.
Abang pantai.
Gas. Hero dulu.
Aku.
Gas lagi.
Lagi.
Nice boy.
Aman.
Attack 10.
Kalau kata tembak jangan. Kalau itu nih. Sabar.
Penasaran dia.
Gas.
Penasaran dia. Gua bisa jadi kumpar ini.
Buka lor, langsung buka. Sabar.
Gua buka, lihat gua.
Gua buka window dulu, sabar. Gua buka window.
Aman.
Sini. Kau tahu apa nih, boy?
Yes, Dok, jangan sabar. Bagi aku buka window baru belakang tuh, Ton.
Bong badannya guys. Ini dari tirot. Mati rata. Pantai.
Hero.
Let's go! Nice boy!
That's fine.
Nak lebih power? Jom.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming Malaysia's representative here. And all of this, the three of us will be talking about here in MPL Talk.
Cherry. Exotic vibe like power on wangi June tiada lawan aura boom beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. June, tiada lawan aura. Boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joytify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Victory!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming Malaysia's representative here. And all of this, the three of us will be talking about here in MPL Talk.
Cherry. Exotic vibe like power on wangi June, tiada lawan aura. Boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power on wangi June, tiada lawan aura. Boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joytify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Victory!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming Malaysia's representative here. And all of this, the three of us will be talking about here in MPL Talk.
Cherry.
Exotic vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joytify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming Malaysia's representative here. And all of this, the three of us will be talking about here in MPL Talk.
Sherry.
Exotic vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming Malaysia's representative here. And all of this, the three of us will be talking about here in MPL Talk.
Cherry.
Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
and gentlemen, welcoming Malaysia's representative here. And all of this, the three of us will be talking about here in MPL Talk.
Cherry. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Want to get more? Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
and gentlemen, welcoming Malaysia's representative here. And all of this, the three of us will be talking about here in MPL Talk.
Cherry. Exotic vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joytify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV ditonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang ditonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Victory!
Dude, was it hard? Were you
Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming Malaysia's representative here. And all of this, the three of us will be talking about here in MPL Talk.
Cherry.
Exotic vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Want to get more? Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Ditelan air mata, selamanya ku takkan di bawah. Perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di ujung cerita pastinya
sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi ada. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Tiba masanya, melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di ujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira
Bangkit bersama kita wira arena. Dari bayar ke nyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 18 is powered by Muntan. Presented by Celcom Digi Prepaid 5G. Dominate every match with unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet, speed, entertainment and hotspot. Celcom Digi, the 5G prepaid for millions of Malaysians. Infinix Note 60 Pro is not what you think. Powered by Snapdragon 7S Gen 4, featuring 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber Cooling, active metric display and 90-watt wide plus 30-watt wireless charging. Get yours now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Grab, the official food delivery partner of MPL Malaysia. Don't let hunger cost you the game. Stay fueled, stay focused. Order Grab food from 9 PM to 4 AM and earn 5% Grab coins. MPL MY is now cultured by Toda. Get MPL MY's official merch at Toda's booth or buy online at store.toda.com. Official automotive partner Cherry X Malaysia. Official top-up partner Joytify. Official content partner Media Prima. Official streaming partner Tonton. Strategic partners Yamaha, Nandos, TNT Co, Quill City Mall. Official camera partner Oxbot. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Live here at the MPL Arena, Quill City Mall, where we dive into game number 2. SRG will take up against TR. Will SRG continue their victory? But right now, we do have one video for you guys. Let's take a look at it together with us. I think it's going to be between Rose and Innocent. Let's go.
Heart rate like really fast?
No.
Did everything go according to plan though?
No.
Was it harder than playing Mouse Golf?
Hmm.
Dude, was it hard? Were you nervous?
No.
Not nervous. Was your heart rate like really, really fast?
No.
Did everything go according to plan though?
No.
Was it harder than playing Mouse Golf?
Yes.
You know what? Congrats.
Congrats to you too.
Let's go into the game, eh?
Let's go. You want to play?
Welcome back, everybody, to MPL Malaysia Season 18. You guys are here with me today. My name is Saidadin, as well as Sadafa will be your casters for today. And the upcoming match is going to be between SRG, between Team Ray. You're looking awfully excited right now, Sadafa.
We did not get any information from that interview.
Nothing.
Good stuff.
Nada.
But this should be a good match, you know? SRG and Team Array both came off of victories yesterday. Clean sweeps, in fact. So it's interesting to see whether Team Ray can keep up with the Giants.
I mean, you guys also got to keep up with us because we do have a code giveaway right there on your screen down below. Do scan the QR code down below where you guys can get free 5 lucky tickets for you guys. The only thing I know from that interview session was both of them got proposed or proposed to their significant other in Paris.
You're right.
That's the only thing I know. So maybe there's some chemistry between Rose and Innocent right there. But talking about chemistry, talking about going abroad, far away from Malaysia, you guys gotta have the Celcom DG, where you guys can dominate every match with Celcom DG prepaid 5G experience, unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet speed, entertainment, and hotspot with the all-new Celcom DG, the 5G prepaid for millions of Malaysians.
Celcom DG sounds like a pretty good idea, you know? You could take flight, you could go even further with your gameplay. You can fly further than this bird right here.
Yeah.
Because he can't fly. It's very sad. It's okay. He's
the only place he can fly is on the MPL desk. Back to the talent room.
You really call this? Oh, yeah.
And then back to your room, I suppose.
Yes, you are correct, actually. You got it right.
It's still quite a flight as well. I mean, talking about flight right now, Team Ray gotta take that fight, not flight, but that fight up against SRG right now, where I do feel like SRG's prior performance in MSC, yes, was questionable, but going into GOTF, I feel like they're improving a lot. And coming into this season in MPL MY, I think this is where they need to be able to showcase once again who is the king of MPL MY.
Ooh, the answers are Team Ray. They put on a very strong performance yesterday, or SRG. They still look dominant, but a 2-0 sweep isn't guaranteed. I feel like the person making these answers is a little biased against SR. Where's the C? SRG will sweep for sure, you know? Where's that option?
There should be another option, right?
Another option. Where's the TR will also have a difficult time, you know? We should need to be more complete.
I mean, we're throwing it back to the days of our SPM days where 4 options should be there. A, B, C, and D as well. So C is either SRG clean sweep, and then D, Team Ray clean sweep as well.
D is all of the above.
D is all of everything is gonna happen,
all
guys.
of it happens somehow.
It happens in 3 games as we jump into Team Ray as well as SRG. The thing about SRG, right? Like every single season, the question will always be, can they defend the throne? Can they claim the title once again? Can they become the next 6-pit, 7-pit, whatever pit that is there outside in the world? But all of those questions has been answered by SRG for multiple of seasons already.
They've not failed, right? They've kept it up over and over again, but there are definitely questions that people are asking about their consistency. Not to mention, will it be Skies or Uni playing today? Let's start off by talking about Team Ray, though. Definitely a squad that's been catching the attention of the fans with Clive, Novax, Kobar, Kim, Dolan, and Smooth.
I mean, I did manage to catch up with Kuja, one of their head of esports in Team Ray as well. He did mention that, yes, Dolan has been getting a lot of focus and hype. And he did mention about, he hopes that this game will last up until that mid to late game, because he wants everyone to see what Clive is all about as well, because he is the goal laner as well. And goal laner especially performs well when it comes to the later stages. Of course, depending on what kind of goal lane you use. So, shall we see a late game centric goal lane for Clive later on? We shall see. But Your answers between, your question to Uni or Skies is gonna be Skies in the main jungle spot. Cram, Stormy, Yums, Innocent will make up for Selangor Red Giants.
Guys, taking up on the main lineup once again now that we've returned to MPL. Makes you wonder why Uni was on the main roster during GOTF. Are the Red Giants still experimenting? Are they still figuring things out? For now, they are still the powerhouses of MPL Malaysia regardless of performance. And everyone's got their eye on finally ending their legacy.
I would like to see once again the classic mid trio of Yums, Skies, as well as Stormy at the same time. So hopefully they can bring out the best out of their own gameplay, because I feel like their performance prior to their champion MSC 2024 is still not there yet. They still need to achieve that level of intensity and gameplay, and of course, the finals MVP performance from Skies is there yet to be captured.
The game has changed a lot. There has been so many developments and modifications to the meta, to the heroes, to just the MLBB ecosystem in general, that it's hard to really recreate the same sort of success. Very few teams have achieved that sort of consistency.
I can't wait for the draft to begin later on. I would like to see what SRG have in store for us. Maybe a bit of a cheesy draft or some pickpocket stress might be able to be used. Especially for Team Ray as well. Darlene right now, I would like to see more out of him. Assassins, Pakiro jungle maybe, and of course Clive as well. But all of that will be answered between our draft later on. Right now, we shall head over to our main stage to introduce the lineup of Team Ray as well as SRG. So eyes over to the main stage.
One nation, one fight, one ride. One nation, one fight.
No fear, no limits, no looking back. They kicked off the season with a dominant 2-0 sweep, and the young guns are already making noise. Dolan and Clive brought the spark, with the veterans delivering the stability. Can they shock the competition against the reigning champions? Let's cheer for Team! The Giants are back, and they're sharp, dominant, unbeaten. That is the standard they set. With Skies back, they came out swinging yesterday, and they're ready to do it again. The undefeated quest starts once again right here. Let them roar! Selangor Red Giants!
Next, we welcome the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every match, joined by the league ops Eric, who will ensure every game runs fairly and smoothly. TR St. Lucas, Zinhan as the assistant coach, meanwhile SRG head coach, Coach Arcadia, as well as Ozarabeki, the assistant coach. Let's keep it going with the fist bump between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is the Malaysian sportsmanship. SRG on their quest once again. Same story, same output, only differences is different season right now.
The number is all that it is, right? A number to this team. They have already secured 5 championships back to back. Team Ray looking pretty strong at the start of the season, but their previous opponent definitely did not come out swinging. This will be their first true test to show the world what this new lineup is capable of.
We'd like to see what will TR have in store for us. The introduction already. No fear, no limits. That is what I'm hoping for from the side of Team Ray. no fear at all going up against the giants of Selangor right now. So hopefully they will come out guns blazing. But we do have to broaden up our topic right now. Is SRG moving away from their jungle rotation? I mean, we saw in the international stage, it's always going to be Uni. But going back into the local scene right now, it's Skies all the way.
And if you remember last season as well, Skies and Uni were taking turns as the main jungler for SRG. This time around, we've had Skies 2 games in a row. What does this mean? Uni seems to be keeping hush-hush about it. Team secrets, we can't divulge too much just yet. So we'll find out as the season progresses.
I mean, it is a double round robin, right? I mean, they are going to meet up once again later in the stages. So
you think they're splitting like half-half?
Probably. I think that's the most ideal way for you to give out equal amount of game times for both of the junglers.
Interesting. That is a possibility. It's kind of similar to what they did last season as well. But maybe they're switching things up as well. Hard to really tell. For now, we are going to be jumping into the draft very, very soon. Anything you are looking out for?
I think for Team Ray, right? Maybe I'm a bit hypercritical on this statement, but you may agree or disagree with me right here. For me, the quote-unquote weakest link on Team Ray might be Smooth, because I feel like the inconsistency of Smooth is very glaring, to be fair, because was it yesterday or day number 1 where he uses the Barrage? I know it's only first match of the season of season 18, but Smooth is no rookie of a player. He is a veteran player and he needs to put himself at a higher standard. And if he can't do that consistently week in, week out, quote-unquote, on that Barrage game, again, day number 1 or day number 2, was not good enough for me. And right now, going up against Cramp is a bigger of a role, is a bigger of a task for Smooth right now.
It is definitely a big test. Smooth has been a MPL mainstay very, very long. In fact, I think he's been here about as long as Zorn has been. So he's definitely got a lot of experience under his belt, and we should expect more from him. But I think that we have to extend that same judgment to Cram somewhat. I think on the international stage, his performance has not quite matched up the same explosive flavor that he used to be known for. And even yesterday, well, perhaps not the best showing since it was so simple for the team this time. Let's see what he will bring to the table. As ladies and gentlemen, let's officially get things going. We're jumping into the draft for game number 1.
Will it be once again expanding reverse? We have seen twice already in match number 1 between RRQ, Tora as well as IG. Shall it continue on for game number 2 or match number 2 of the day? Right now, as we're gonna go into Flying Cloud, immediately the first thing that comes into my mind is Rafaela.
Rafaela is the hero that is most definitely enabled by Flying Cloud, since her respawn allows teammates to get back into the action as if they never died at all. So both teams are probably going to be looking in that direction. For now, Team Raid has first pick. They banned the Atlas, they banned the Paquito. Up until now, Melissa has been a very common first pick contest. Will that be the case again?
And leaving out Fanny as well, that is a bigger question at the same time. Will SRG opt to ban out the Fanny, or are they gonna gamble it out between the Melissa, the Fanny, as well as the Hirara? That is still up for grabs. Freya has been banned out, Paquito has been banned out by Team Raid. You are looking at into a setting up for a Melissa for Team Raid right now, but SRG gonna go the opposite way. They're gonna ban out the Marcel, so a lot of their assassins are still there.
Ooh, Team Ray actually banning the Melissa themselves. This lends a lot of possibility to a first pick Fanny. Will SRG decide to ban it out, or will they say, hey, play your Attack on Titan games? It can still pull out the Hirara. There's still a lot of other good heroes in the pool.
I think if they ban out the Fanny and you leave the option of Hirara to be picked up by Team Ray, I think it's still okay because Nolan is still there. You can match up with the Hirara with the farming rate of Nolan, although you are giving the threat of the mobility of Hirara, but then again you can answer with the Bellaric at the same time. So, alright, Urena's been banned out. Okay, you are leaving out the Fanny and Hirara. So, Team Ray, what's your choice?
Will Dolin get to prove his assassin mastery once again? He played really mean games on a variety of heroes. Fanny would just be another one added to the pool, but Hirara is still one of the most consistent assassins under the current meta.
Or they pick up the Belleric first.
Yep, disregarding all that, Belleric is still an option too, but would you want to first pick it? Looks like Team Ray, they've made their choice. It's Hirara.
Again, still 100% ban and pick rate as we approach the number 3 right now. SRG. I feel like it's gonna be a Belleric +1 here. It could be a Belleric Eudora. It could be a Belleric Esmeralda as well. You know, just clearing up your frontliners first. I don't think you're gonna pick up your jungler as immediately because there's no threat of Team Ray banning it out or picking up more because Hirara is already there. So Belleric +1, maybe Belleric Eudora maybe.
I am oh right, we forgot the Barats.
Yep, okay.
Barats is a very good opening, but they do skip the Belleric. Rafaela, we talked about it, really good on Flying Cloud. SRG is gonna snap it up for Stormy.
Again, giving the mobility to the Barats with the Holy Healing as well is always a good idea. It allows the Barats to move freely as well and to use that Detonus Welcome more effectively up against Team Ray right now. So, I mean, Team Ray can opt the option to go for that Barats Belleric. And still, you would need a consistent DPS as well to out DPS the healing of this Raph later on.
You also have to think about that EXP lane matchup. You would normally put something like Uranus there, but that's already banned. So Esme would be the next best thing. I don't even know if Jeroff is necessarily going to be a good matchup there. Team Ray, they will go ahead and grab Esme. They'll also lock in the Eudora. Now, we saw earlier in the day that Eudora, honestly, not a very good hero to pick into Rafaela. So Team Ray is posing the challenge.
And not only that, you don't have a necessarily a lot of damage as of now because you are picking up the Esmeralda. So even with the stun lightning bolt from Eudora, you will still need a consistent follow-up from Hirara or your gold laner later on if that gold laner is a pure marksman and not a double fighter comp. So right now, SRG, Fanny pick up or you don't necessarily need the Fanny. You can still pick up the Nolan to be more, I would say, safer, less risk in comparison to the Fanny.
Nolan's
up against
probably better, but ooh, SRG not gonna pick it yet. We go for the Clint first. Now this is fairly early on in the draft to grab the hero. I assume SRG will ban out Brody just to make sure that Innocent can win out that lane. And they're also giving Team Ray the choice, right? Will you just ban both the Nolan and Fanny?
Yeah, I mean there is still a world where Team Ray do that. But right now, picking on SRG now, yeah, Brody should be banned out here to just eliminate any early game threats from the side of Team Ray. They still would require a roamer of their own. Belleric is still definitely there. Matilda has been banned out from the side of SRG. I feel like Matilda does not suit well with Team Ray. I just feel like they need a pure frontliner with that Esmeralda. So that's why I'm thinking more of a Belleric once again. Gatot maybe, Hylos maybe.
I think it's mostly because if you give Matilda with Esme, the shields become a little difficult to handle. Not to mention the get out of jail free card is very nice to have, and when you're playing Rafaela, you want to be the fastest people on the map. So it makes sense, but Team Ray doesn't get rid of Nolan or Fanny for now. It's the Harley first, makes more sense. I think that they will probably ban Nolan if anything, because Eudora is actually a solid solution to Fanny. It's something that even pub players like to do.
True. I think the answer or somewhat of an answer for that Fanny is available already on the side of Team Ray, which is going to be the Eudora. I like the ban from SRG banning out the glue. Very, very sticky situation to handle, to deal with. Not necessarily having a good amount of burst damage apart from Clint once he has the full item setup. And Team Ray, as Sadafa mentioned, as Sadafa predicted as well, Nolan being banned out. So SRG right now is going to be left with Belleric first, and last pick for the side of them would be definitely for the jungler.
Saving it until last. Now, technically Barat can still be flexed, but I don't really think that's going to be the case right here. SRG gonna try to see everything they can. They do still have the Suyo option or the Yisan Shin option, both of which are things Skies is comfortable with. Team Ray, they're gonna have to finish off their draft. They go with the Claude first. This hero had some difficulty in the previous matchup. Takes a while to scale. Not very good against a Belleric, but looks like they're confident.
I feel like show maybe a bit more mobility as well, but you don't want to go up because the Belleric is going to be not that fun.
is picking.
And then you go for the Badang, right?
Yep, that's the Badang right there.
Okay.
First pick as well in the season so far.
Badang.
We get to see the new Super Saiyan Badang looking skin.
Last pick for SRG right now. I mean, Penny is still a high risk. I mean, you are going up against the Badang, the Eudora at the same time. If you don't pick up that, you might still go for a Suyo maybe? Suyo is still there.
I actually think that Yisan Shin's not bad here.
Yisan-Shin, yeah.
I don't really like Fanny anymore. Suyo is possible, but a little hard to play into Hirara Eudora. I do think YSS is one of the better choices. But no, they pull out the Leomord. Has not been meta for a little while. SRG thinking, hey, it still works pretty well, especially when you got a Raft there boosting that horse speed.
I think it's a good idea as well because what IG did in their game between Raf as well as Belleric, both of them are gonna correlate between one and another, between the Wrath of Triad and Holy Baptism. That allows Skies to just go in, Phantom Steed away and get as many kills as possible.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our first draft locked in stone. SRG bringing forth a rundown composition with the Rafaela. Team Ray challenging them on their own terms. A solid balance of scaling, but also hyper-reliant on that front line to make space. Will this be the recipe they need to finally take down the Red Giants? Or will SRG continue their streak strong?
Alright, game number 1, match number 2 commence right now between Team Ray as well as SRG. In terms of the draft later on, I feel like on the side of SRG is gonna be heavily dependent on the mid duo to be able to set things up between Youngs as well as Stormy. And you do also have to keep a lookout on Cram. That Flicker and Detona's Welcome is gonna be a problem if he managed to land it off against Team Ray later in the mid stages.
We've seen an unusual amount of people missing the Detona's Welcome, not just here in MPL MY, but even internationally. You wouldn't think that it's that difficult to land the stun, but yet people have run into issues with it nonetheless. It is going to be hard for Krem, since Moon should be able to hold the lanes perfectly fine. We also do have to point out the 2 Purifies, so Team Ray looking to keep themselves safe against the CC.
True. Not only that, you also got to remember the Wrath can keep things ongoing from the side of Slangori Giant with the Holy Healing as well as the Holy Baptism. Right now, Emblem setup, nothing out of the ordinary so far. But looking at the side of Smooth, focusing more on a bit more damage right there and of course movement speed to just help things out in terms of rotation later on. Skies hits level 4 and the rotation has come up from the Slangori Giant side onwards to Dolin as well as Nova Escobar.
This is the benefit of that Rafaela mid lane. You can heal up most of Kim's poke damage and you can start invading. Looks like Skies will successfully take that camp. Delay Dolan's level 4 slightly. He will still hit it, probably before the turtle comes up, but the positioning will not favor Ray.
Alright, Cram also hitting level 4 as we speak right now. Esmeralda, Smooth, on the way to get a level 4 Flicker.
Cram, he misses! Went for the Natalia instead, but Novak's Kobar still gonna fall. First blood over the Skies move in the back spot. Flicker, Holy Baptism hits 2! Stormy with the style! Now they dash forward looking for Smooth. Skies secures the turtle at the same time. Missiles will miss him. He'll survive, but SRG makes their presence known.
It's hurtful when the team misses a very important skill and yet they can still walk away with a victory. With the turtle as well as a kill at the same time. I think that just sums up what SRG is with the draft that they have as well.
That's eBay for you.
It's very, very painful, not gonna lie, because Yep, you missed the Detona's Welcome and Flicker. We did talk about it, that you need to be able to land it. But even if you miss it, it's still fine because you still have Holy Baptism right now.
Holy Baptism going to be used. Wrath of Dryad, they're going to eat up the Badang. But here comes the Hirara looking for Stormy. Nova will be the first to fall. No more cooldowns. They cannot follow on the kill.
True for one Team Ray, but so far I think it's still okay for Team Ray. At least Kim managed to get a kill in return against Yums just now, not giving Selangor the Giants the green light to just wreak havoc right now. Smooth farming up really well up against Cram, but in terms of rotation, it's all Cram all the way.
Yeah, SRG is moving a lot faster. Who would have suspected, right? The Rafaela mid lane helps a lot when it comes to that, even if Cram is not necessarily winning a lane. He is Oh no, actually, I thought he would be losing on EXP, but he's ahead of Smooth, so I'm not really sure how that happened.
Alright, first itemization from Innocent. Gotta be the Endless Battle just now. I mean, we know why. We know why. Just the burst damage, the true damage that's being dealt upon Clive. It's not a good day for this Cloud.
Oh, not very innocent when he's holding a gun.
Yep.
A long range poke going to be very effective. That's why they went for the Clint as a blind pick. Team Ray choosing to go for a scaling hero despite this means that they are just trying to play for that late game, which means they can't afford to fall too far behind.
Look at the positioning of Cram right now.
Yep, I see him.
On the back end, Flicker, yep, Flicker is online.
Look at him shrinking in that bush because he's not hitting anything.
That's fine. Once he Detona's Welcome, he's gonna get all his stack back up again.
Holy Baptism used very early on only Smooth. Here comes Barbie. Man, that's a lot of damage on the Leomord. They do go for the eat from behind. Cram finally makes himself known. The Viscrack is good. Catches trees. Stormy will be the first to fall. No more healing for SRG. Blazing Duet doing good poke. But Skies on the horse is still going for it. Flicker forward from Humes. They miss Dolan. He's able to dash away, but he's already lost 3 teammates for only 1 Rafaela. This will be a free turtle.
Unfortunately, as much as all that thought, Yum.
He's looking for Yums, but I don't think it's gonna be quite enough. Smooth and Kim will rejoin thanks to the flying clouds. Kim gonna have to deal with the dinosaur, and Smooth does not manage to stop the turtle take. In fact, now he's gonna be chased down again as SRG. They're happy with that.
The fact that SRG won that team fight with the amount of kills that they've gotten, as well as Turtle, and also Innocent was free farming up on top lane right there, managing to get a good amount of gold plating shield from that top side, because Clive did rotate out of the lane, tried to get a few kills, did manage to land the Blazing Duet, but did not manage to get any kills out of that. So it's a big win for Selangor Giants on that second Turtle team fight, hence why they are enjoying a good amount of lead. 2k goal lead right now, and the rotation does not stop there. Cram, he knows that Leomord is handling on the bot side, so he is allowed to roam to the top side as of now.
You actually saw the timing of the rotation too. Innocent just got the Sky Piercer right when they were going through that bush, so they were hoping to get an easy early stack. But Team Ray didn't fall for it yet. Nova will jump in. Fistcrack committed on Yums, but he really wanted Innocent. Even Yums gonna taunt him back because he actually ended up losing more HP than he did.
These Selangor Giants, it's not that hard. You pick the Belleric and then it's an easy time for you. You pick up the Rafa, it's an easy time for you right there. This just allows also Cram to pick and choose the target that he wants to use that Detona's Welcome upon. So Team Ray right now need to be a bit more, I wouldn't say need to be a bit more careful, but need to pick and choose their target right now to be able to get that kill, confirm to get that kill and walk away.
Wrath of the Dryad taunting Nova once again. The Badang just disappears. Mega kill for Skies, and he's not done. He's looking for Clive. Blazing Duet. He's trying to heal up, purify, sidestep. All of it not enough to stop the Sky Prince.
And at the same time, Nova Escobar was killed by Hold That Thought. Cram.
Smooth in a bad spot. He has to dodge the missiles. He has to use Purify, not where you want to use that spell.
I mean, it's just a steamer right now for Selangor Giants. They have the momentum ready. They know that they need to be aggressive right now. Wow.
His crack is good. Locks down Cram under the tower, but he's so tanky, and Yums just walks in like he owns the place too.
The fact that the missile hits as well. It hits Smooth, it hits Kim, almost got killed.
Oh, they ate Hirara! There goes Dolan. They pick out the Eudora at the same time. SRG, they own this map.
Top side check, mid side check, the jungle side of Team Ray check. Everywhere you go, you always feel threatened if you are on the side of Team Ray right now. You are gonna feel threatened by the Holy Baptism. You're gonna feel threatened by the Wrath of Dryad. You are gonna be feel threatened by the Detona's Welcome from Krem right now. Phantom Steed, Skies.
Looks like, yeah, he did get that buff as well. Even despite Ray's best efforts to stop him, he's taking camps left and right. Stormy escorting Innocent, taking a tower up top. What can they do to stop this?
This is hard. This is my name. Okay, maybe you can get a kill against Krem. Nope, don't think so.
Flickers over the wall. Smooth drops in, falling star move, but he just does not enough damage. Krem, he's on 1 HP and he's just gonna get healed back up.
The Holy Healing was there in time. Krem understand as well because Falling Star Moon was going to be used against Smooth and immediately putting that smart missile on point to be able to catch things out.
We are looking at domination in a way that SRG has not displayed in quite a while, honestly. 7k lead in 8 minutes. There's really nothing Ray can do. They have to try and hope they can survive another 10.
I mean, right now Slanger is just toying with them right now. Just toying their mentality right now. Being
oh my god,
a nuisance. Clive
almost died, but you know who actually is dead? It's Nova. Nothing he can do to stop that. Mid lane, Sky's chasing down the lane. Godlike streak for the Leomord.
Wait, okay, I want to take a step back. What happened to Clive? What did he eat right now? Just multiple shots from Innocent right there? Golly.
Bullets do that to you.
Apparently so. Apparently so. Bullets hurts a lot.
Clive should consider getting some.
I mean, hurts even more when you get multiple bullets up against your heart. It does not do you good at all right now. Slung on the Giants. 8k goal lead, 9-minute mark. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Skies is probably near full build at this point. He just got Queen's Wings. That should be a 5th item. And
oh my god.
Diving the tower. Detona's Welcome did whiff, but the Blazing Duet is wasted. It did absolutely nothing. Skies gets another buff. Team Ray cannot play the game.
Guys, wow, I did not realize 7-0 and 2 in terms of KDA right now. Playing phenomenally well with his teammates. And Stormy right now is having the time of his life. All that he needs to do is press one skill, second skill, and then occasionally use the Holy Baptism.
And Yumes with the flicker after the drag catches two-man Holy Baptism. Kim evaporates. Smooth is supposed to be a tank and he doesn't even look like one. Yumes lands the final blow. Innocent can be targeted by Dolan, but he's surviving thanks to the healing shield. Innocent with the killing spree. SRG with 4 kills under their belt. The minion wave pushing in and only the Holy defense keeping Clive alive.
Yumes is just aura farming right now, literally just standing. I mean, hit me, please. Hit me, please. You're gonna feel a world of hurt if you hit me. And if you don't, you're gonna feel a world of hurt from Innocent, from Stormy at the same time. There's no win. There's no win in Team Ray right now.
Yumes forming the stable tree trunk of SRG as another conceal comes out. Not gonna commit the ult just yet, but they do get the Detonas onto Nova. Flicker forward! 2-man stun into the taunt! SRG playing with Team Ray! And I thought they were taught not to play with their food. Nothing that Team Ray can do. Their base being stripped, towers falling one by one, an absolute apocalypse being dropped upon their base. Dinosaurs have gone extinct, but this one is here to do the same to them. Innocent with a Tiki snipe, double kill, and a recall spam in the face of Team Ray as the crystal explodes.
My god, this game is... I don't know what to say, man. I really don't know what to say. I mean, it's just the old-fashioned Slangori Giants once again. That's all I can say. From the draft, from the execution, from whatever is being done by Slangori Giants, it's just an old-fashioned Slangori Giants. Nothing more, nothing less, and enough said.
Clean, stable, dominant. This is the Red Giants as we know them best. And a version of them that feels like we haven't really seen in a while. Team Ray came off yesterday strong, but this is a completely different class.
Literally a different class right now. Okay. I mean, in terms of draft, it's very even, I would say. Like, there's nothing like one particular element, no particular category that, oh, chef pick this, chef pick that, why you pick this, why you pick that. No, I feel like it's very even Stevens. It all just boils down to just execution and how SRG understand the draft of themselves really well, and the rotation from Cram. Once Cram rotated out of the lane, even missing the Thanos Welcome, it does not matter.
Personally, I don't think the draft was that even. I think SRG definitely won it out, but it wasn't terrible from Ray. It's just, look at him. He's standing there like he's a tree. He was a tree. He was the man propping up his team. And Belleric showing why he is still one of the top roamers in the meta.
That's what he did. That pose and what he did in the game, similar. No difference at all. No difference whatsoever at all. The fact that he even picked up an enchanted talisman. Wow. Just for the sake of it, I suppose.
Why not?
Yeah. I mean, because all you need is a Justice Pauldron to just be more tanky. And then, yeah, you do have a threat from him, I suppose. So, Radiant Armor is just enough. And then, it's go time. And by go, I mean just standing there, standing still.
Every single player of SRGU was playing just disgusting this game. There was only one mistake. That was Cram missing the Daytona's welcome, and they still won the fight after that. Yeah, like, yes, definitely a mistake, but it didn't really matter.
Who knows, maybe it's just a way to intimidate Team Ray. Like, oh no, okay, Daytona's welcome is no longer there. We can fight. Okay, false sense of security right there.
I don't think so. Not in this case, man. Maybe sometimes, but not this one. He was trying.
Like, my God, you just walk in front of us, huh? Literally. Like, he does not care at all.
He wants to be on the English stream too.
I know. BM have it easy. You guys have multiple segments. Okay, fine. Sure. But, okay, how hurtful it is, the fact that you missed Daytona's welcome, you missed a very important skill, even using the flicker as well, and yet you still come out as victors in that fight.
It's just not a very good draft for handling healing comps. They had to go Glowing Wand on the Eudora, but that's not really an item you usually want to build on it, right? There's no way for them to kill anyone. Cram survives everything, Yum survives everything, you got the healing on top of that to worry about.
Not enough damage is one thing, but the fact that with the Wrath as well, even with multiple damage sources from Team Ray, it does not matter for SRG, because again, with the Wrath, the Holy Healing, and just the counter initiation from the Belleric as well as the Holy Baptism. And again, I might mislook on how Sky's just ramping up his skills. At a certain point, he was 7-0 and something. How many assists, God knows. But 7-0, 7 kills, 0 death is just very, very outstanding, to be fair. You are using a Leomart, you're not using an assassin, but again, with the draft that is being given to him, it allows him to just open up the Phantom Steed and then just walk in front, or literally gallop in front.
Leomar naturally works very well with any sort of healer, right? You give him an Angela, he's gonna pop off. You give him Wrath or Matilda, he's gonna pop off. There weren't enough tools, I feel, on the Team Ray side to handle it. They don't have heroes that can control tempo, deny zone control, deal with anti-heal, right? It's tough.
I mean, I would like you to just walk it over for me right now. And this is the early stages of the fight. I'm gonna go for a normal speed right now. This was the first turtle, if I'm not mistaken. So Smooth was alone up in front right now. And then,
that's a long-range chomp right there from Cram.
We did call it out, the positioning of Cram very, very early on. But again, we saw it. Team Ray did not saw it. So I think that particular movement right there is just the game changer from the side of Selangor Red Giants or not. And look at the reach. Look how far that reach is with the flicker as well.
Yep.
That distance right there. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever is going on here is like, for me, it's like whatever. But it's just that reach of Cram and just on point as well. Got that gobbled up against a very important target as well.
When you have to agree, Adine, we look like that when we're hungry.
Yeah, true.
We're gonna go that far if we're hungry.
I mean, yes. And to be able to land on my foot as well at the same time.
Yes.
So, one fight is going on right here. Another fight is going on right here. the members of Team Ray, like, what can you? I mean, if I were to be at Nova right now, who can I save? Like, do I save Eudora here, or do I go help out Smooth over here? I really like that's a very big question as well, because that's nothing. I mean, in the end, Nova is like, I'm just gonna walk back and forth, and I get torn up by Wrath of Dryad as well.
He got a pretty good setup here, but by that time, their team has taken a bit too much damage. They only trade for Stormy. I think one thing we have to highlight about this as well is the value of Barat over the Esmeralda, because Cram was actually getting pushed back in lane. So he makes a conscious choice. He's going to surrender minions to participate in team fights. This way, he forces Smooth to have to respawn, to try and look for him. He kind of reduces the tempo, and then even when he doesn't have stacks, he's able to start fights by getting those Detona's welcomes. And it provides a lot more value to the team compared to Smooth, who unfortunately can only try and burn through the healing.
I mean, just a bit. I mean, all of this fight is going on. I mean, look at Innocent just free farming on top. So I think that just wraps it up for clip number 1 right now. I mean, there's nothing more can be said about what's being done by SRG. I mean, just the value of what they did right there is just a lot, and whatever that they had just now. Right now, we take a look at another clip. I'm just gonna go for a normal speed right now. They begin with the Wrath of Dryad, the Holy Baptism, just the immense of crowd control that they had right there to take out Kim immediately.
Look at Innocent. He's dodging everything. He dodged Nova. He's 1v1ing Dolin. I think even without the heal, he might have actually won this one, but the heal just adds on a little bit of security. Like, that was a smooth sidestep right there.
Okay, let's go a slow-mo. Okay, look at the position. He walk away from the Badang, and then Badang is like, okay, never mind, I can't reach him. Dolin was there as well at the same time, trying to control him. Stormy realizes and walks backward to help him out. But again, as you mentioned, without even the heal, he can still survive right there.
Up, getting close. He gets the extra health and shield, but you can see that he didn't even lose the extra health and shield he got. He perfectly dodged right outside the range of that last spell too. So yeah, if he didn't get the healing, he probably would have still survived and won.
My God, this is just pure mechanics, pure micro from Innocent right there. Just dash,
walk back just a little. Yeah, look at that.
That's a perfect design. Okay, sorry. I feel like that's a very cool small interaction between Innocent as well as
calm and collected.
Like, really, like, to just understand, right, the distance, and to know that how far should I go. Like that, just this.
Gets immobilized.
Small of a gap. Small of a gap.
Not quite. You see, like, play it forward a little more.
Hold on.
And then, whoop, just a little bit.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Again, just innocent things, right? Just innocent things.
If you go back to the start of this fight as well, it's just like, why would Team Ray walk up? You literally see Yumes. Clive runs away, and then his team is like, yeah, we're gonna stay in Flicker alt range.
I don't know, man. I really don't know. Like, as you mentioned, they know that Yumes is just right there, right? I mean, let's just
they literally see him. He's there.
Literally. And yet you still stood there.
Like, I know he's the same color as the bush, but
I mean, once the Wrath of Dryad was hit, it was technically all over, because all Stormy Innocent just flicker, Holy Baptism, and then Innocent just follow up with another damage as well. That's all what they need to do.
Mind
the job is done.
Cram is not even here. This is a 4v5, by the way.
He's just there, chilling.
He's just there. Like, you guys need me? Nah? Alright.
You guys look good right there. You know, nothing much going on, so yeah, I'm just gonna chill. Nothing much going on my side right now. Again, just the dodge as well. Yumes. Okay, wait, hold on. Last one. If we can.
You're gonna keep watching it over and over.
No. I'm just gonna take a look at Yumes upright, right?
Okay, you're watching Yumes.
Okay,
alright.
Just watching Yumes. Like, just gonna stand here.
Just standing there, yeah.
And then look at Smooth. He gets killed.
Yeah. He actually gets killed because Clive is shooting you.
Right. That's what I'm gonna point out just now. Like, how bad it is. Like, I'm not hitting you. Do you understand that I'm not hitting you right now?
We're just saying, stop shooting.
That's just, you know, how it is. It's nothing much can be done. Once again, at this moment. It was like almost 10k goal lead only at the 10-minute mark as well. So, well, maybe draft, maybe execution as well. Well,
the draft was better, execution was better, macro, micro, all in favor of SRG.
Oh my god.
The Red Giants are looking good.
They are looking good. And they might look even more scary once maybe Uni steps up in. Maybe they can look even more scary.
Hard to say.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Because at that particular instance, because Penny was open, imagine Uni was playing in that game and Penny was open. That might change things up, might pick up the Penny. I'm not saying that Skies is not a good Penny player, but in comparison, I still opt to choose Uni as the main Fanny user for SRG.
Perhaps, but there's a reason they didn't pick Fanny this game, right?
True.
You don't need it. Leomord was clearly the better answer, and you saw that. It was so simple for Skies, and we know this is a hero he's comfortable with. He was quite the terror on it back when it was meta, so SRG, at least we are starting to see some differences in the way they're approaching the draft. They understand, hey, Raph is strong on Flying Cloud, Raph is great with frontliners like Beleric, Varats, and hey, why not throw a Leomord in there, huh?
True, I agree with you right there. I mean, hence why Skies was just popping off right there. And not only him, I mean, the fact that he is being allowed to pop off is because of Cram, because of that mid duo, just applies good amount of pressure against Team Ray right there. And Team Ray did not have an answer to how are we gonna go up against the Beleric, how are we gonna go catch out Stormy out, and how are we gonna get those kills, and they were not able to do so. So hopefully in game number 2, as we are approaching later on, there will be some differences that will be made from the side of Team Ray, either from their drafting, or I would hope so from their execution. I feel like they can be a bit more aggressive. Don't put too much respect on Selangor Red Giants, because if you do put too much respect on an opponent, the tendency of you not doing anything is a lot. So you need to be able to do something at least to be able to bring the game back to your own side.
I think teams need to stop picking losing matchups. It feels like such a fundamental thing, yet we see it over and over again. The Eudora is not good against Rafaela. They picked it. You see a Clint, they still pick the Claude, even though they don't have a guaranteed winning mid. The only lane they were winning was Esme, and Cram just decides, well then I'm just not gonna fight you. I'm gonna start joining team fights instead. You need to have solid laning, solid early game. The game snowballs so quickly if you don't.
Yeah, then again, on the side of Coach Ozaraveki and Arcadia, with the players that you have right now, I mean, throw them whatever kind of draft, throw them whatever kind of synergy, strategy. I'm pretty sure SRG can perform it to a T. I'm pretty sure SRG can perform that strategy very, very well. But right now we do have a quote from Nova Escobar, roamer of Team Ray. Yesterday, RRQ played a little too passively. I wish he had played more confidently. As for us, I think we need to have better setups. During lot or total team fights, we sometimes still hesitate and doubt ourselves. I agree to a certain extent in terms of the hesitation and doubting themselves.
Yeah, I can see that. Because we have to remember, they do have some new players on their side as well, making their MPL debut, so the nerves are always going to come into play. Yesterday, couldn't really show their capability or test themselves properly since RRQ, unfortunately, is in a worse spot.
Yeah.
And Team Ray now seeing what the true ceiling of MPL Malaysia is. Gotta buckle up quick.
Gotta buckle up quick. I mean, today is the end of week number 1. Of course, next week is gonna be week number 2. And once it kicks off, not gonna lie, you're realizing, hey, we are week number 5. Hey, we are week number 7. And there's not enough time. There's not ample of time for you to rack up your points to be able to make it to playoffs. And that is not what you want. You would want to be able to get a few points in before you approach the second half of the season. Man, this guy just gets popped off. No matter what the game is, no matter what the day is, Fix will always be there. Will always be there. And it's gonna be the other side of him. The fun part, the funny part, the cringe part as well. But I guess that's what it takes for you to make your fans happy, I guess.
You gotta do what you gotta do, right? Just like we do what we do for you guys as well. It has been quite an eventful week 1 of the new season already, and we still got 7 more weeks to look forward to. For now though, will SRG make this the final game of the week? Team Ray, can they take some damage from Giants? Bring us to a game 3. It'll be interesting if we get to see their true potential.
True, very much true right now as we approach game number 2. Of course, the draft will matter the most, and I would like to see. I'm not too sure. I was gonna be like, I want to see something different. But then again, when people ask me, okay, what kind of different do you want to see? I honestly don't know. Not gonna lie, I honestly don't know what kind of difference that I would like to see. Maybe a bit more confidence in terms of gameplay. Maybe also a bit more strength being shown from the side of Team Ray up against Selangor Red Giants right now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us go ahead and get things set up once again. The Land of Dawn is waiting for us to get the action going. The draft for game number 2 is about to begin. Let's put down our predictions and see what happens in this draft.
Alright, we shall begin with the random map draw first. We have the opportunity to look at, once again, the Flying Cloud. So twice in a row was Expanding River. And for the next match, twice in a row, it's going to be the Flying Cloud. And once again, this favors Rafaela.
Yeah, Rafaela gonna once again be a contested pick. But SRG is on blue side this time. So there is a chance for Team Ray to grab it for themselves. I don't think any team is really willing to first pick Raf, since it is kind of a combo hero. The Atlas going to be the first ban on the blue side. Freya first on the red. Pretty standard at this point. But what else do they want to get rid of?
If SRG wants to take the strategy out of IG's book, ban out Atlas, Balaric, and Esmeralda, and then you pick up a Melissa first pick later on. That could be an idea. We shall see right now. Alice as well as Marcel being banned out. Team Ray ban out the Freya. So again, the same composition over and over again. Hirara, Fanny is open at the same time. Melissa is still open at the same time.
The Hirara ban on the red side. Team Ray doesn't want to give that over the skies early on. He does play a pretty mean performance on this hero. SRG gotta make a choice now. Melissa first pick, still a possibility. Uranus also being very consistently banned nowadays, just to keep the EXP lane a little bit more open, because I think a lot of us can agree that Uranus is just the best EXP laner in the meta right now.
Agree. I mean, with the consecration, the healing potential that he has, and also the built-in purify at the same time, just the nuisance to go up against, and you would need a very consistent burst damage to take out that Uranus right now. Barat's been banned out by Selangor the Giants. Team Ray, the ball is in their court right now. Paquito is there, Melissa is there, Fanny is there, but as how they showcase in game number 1, Fanny is not being prio as much, so maybe they would just leave that Fanny out.
I think at this point you can probably afford to do so. Yeah, Team Ray will ban the Melissa. So SRG, the Paquito is actually open here, but Beleric also very, very valuable, especially if you intend to pair it up with a Raph later. If you take the Beleric now, Team Ray, if they go for Raph, will have one less hero to pair with it.
True. Uranus is still there as well, maybe not as a first pick for the side of SRG. Probably or most likely it's going to be either the Beleric or Paquito, I suppose, due to the flexibility of Paquito as well. I think in day number 1 or yesterday, Sky split very mean Paquito at the same time, so I think that is much doable for him to get that hero first out of the way, because again, flexibility is the name of the game. Team Ray right now, I guess they can answer with a Rafa Balaric of their own if they want to, or an Esmeralda at least, to just prepare in case there is a Uranus, in case there is a Balaric.
I think you gotta steal Beleric at least. Okay. You take Beleric, they take Valentina, so there is no Rafaela Beleric combo for now. SRG, do they still want to play the healer mid? They could pair it up with the Esme in the EXP lane, but they don't really know who their matchup is there yet, so it could be a bit risky to reveal it too early on.
they want to go quick, they can go for their strat in GOTF with the Kufra as well as Selena, if I'm not mistaken, one of their go-to strats. If they want to go quick, they want to go fast, even with the Paquito as well, depending on this Paquito is going to go on to the EXP or jungler side. Either way, I think it still would work.
I don't like Kufra anymore these days. Selena is strong though. Nah, Kufra is not good. He's too all in. You jump in, you stun someone, and then you're dead, you know?
You can't do anything about it.
Not good. Uranus makes a lot more sense, and they will go ahead and grab that Rafaela once more.
It's like this is a go-to pickup for SRG right now, the Raph or Stormy. I mean, if it's available, it's there. Why not pick it up? Such a strong hero. But you need to pair it up with another initiator. Normally, it's going to be with the Balearic, but right now, Balearic is on the opposite end. Still, there are other ways for you to go about it right now. Team Ray, one more pick before we move on to the bed. Kaja is available to be picked up, right?
I think so.
If I'm not mistaken.
Like, I don't think Kaja is banned. I'm actually kind of surprised as well that... Oh, okay.
There you go.
Well, there's a different flying hero. The Fanny will get picked up, which makes sense since right now SRG doesn't have a lot of good single target lockdown. They will actually go ahead and ban the Kufra, since it is one of the better answers against Fanny. But what else would they be worried about? Would you want to ban a Cho?
For Team Ray?
Yeah.
Team Ray might ban out the Brody, I feel. I think that is a good hero against the Fanny. Early game scaling as well. But I don't mind for the Cho. I mean, huge respect to Yums. I mean, not necessarily he would... I mean, ideally you want to kick the Fanny, but you know Yums, he still have multiple ways, creative ways to just catch out the opponent later on. SRG right now, in terms of ban, you ban out both laners maybe here. You ban the Esme, good ban.
Makes sense.
Good ban.
You already have a Uranus, you don't want to have to deal with that. I don't think there's many other EXP laners that can handle that. They do ban the Badang, which, yeah, also a hero that Fanny has trouble with, so Team Ray is trying to set up for Dolin as much as possible, and I respect that. Fanny is a hero that can change games, and SRG still doesn't have a lot of CC.
One hero that is being frowned upon, no, not frowned upon, but has not been picked up as much as lately because the rise of Balearic, your Atlas, so on and so forth, is the Grok. I feel the Grok is still quite good as well. If you would like to catch out this Fanny off guard with the Holy Healing as well, you will ramp out the movement speed of Grok to be able to catch out the enemy. But the downside is because of the opponent has a Valentina, so whatever that you have, Valentina can copy it as well. Surprise SRG bans out the Brody, okay.
I think they just don't want Team Ray to have a stronger gold lane marksman at this point.
Okay.
Having a strong gold lane with the Fanny jungle is going to make life a lot more difficult for them. It also lends credence to the possibility that it's a Paquito gold.
Yeah.
I think a lot of teams have just not been doing that, even though I feel like it's better than Paquito jungle.
Fair enough. I mean, the Ascension is still there. If they want to go for that double fighter comp in the side of SRG, you pick up a hyper carry for your jungler, and you just go on about your day. Right now, Team Ray is going to go for that Sora picked up on the EXP side. Most likely will go up against the Uranus later on. I think it's a good matchup. Feels like Uranus still wins it, but we shall see.
Oh, we did talk about the lane dominance versus team utility comparison in the previous game. Even if Sora is not able to win the lane, it'll provide a lot of value from Team Ray to be able to go for the big team fight setups, especially with the Balearic. And having a Valentina means that SRG can't really respond with a big team fight ult of their own. Ooh, we're gonna see the Obsidian get locked in for SRG, so it is indeed a Paquito jungle. And what's it gonna be? It is a Ruby.
Ruby
Wait.
as well as Obsidian. So
Ruby Roam?
Paquito jungle. Yep, Ruby Roam.
Man, that has been a while.
You don't like it? You like Ruby?
I like Ruby. Maybe not the new Ruby. I miss my old girl, you know.
Alright, we shall see. I think it's still a good idea as well because Ruby with the Holy Healing as well, man, that's scary. I mean, the movement speed that she gets and allows her to be in a better position to use the Armor Fender later on.
Ooh, you're right. Ruby Raph actually pair with each other quite well.
Loud.
I don't actually like Claude. I don't feel like he's the right pick here.
But if you would like a pick for the early stages, what else is there apart from Brody has been banned out?
Well, I mean, Clint.
The Clint.
Clint would have been alright.
Fighter, there's not much fighter is there, right?
Yeah, not a lot of fighters, especially against Obsidian. Not really ideal. It would have been like Clint or even I'm forgetting names suddenly.
What, Bruno, Iritel, Carry, Nathan, all of those are like late game-ish, right? Oh, okay. I mean, probably it is more of a comfort pick for the side of Team Ray, but ladies and gentlemen, we shall jump into game number 2, match number 2. Will SRG have their clean sweep victory today, or will Team Ray bounces back and even things out for this game?
We had a pretty long day. Day 1 on Friday, went to 3 games both times. Today, we've already had 1 clean sweep. Perhaps we can have opposites go for a clean sweep day, but that is up to Team Array. I think they've got a pretty solid lineup this time around. Good team fighting, and they've definitely got damage as long as the Fanny is allowed to play the game, but we will see how that goes.
When you talk about sustain, when you talk about lifesteal, when you talk about health in general, Ruby and Raph is just super annoying. One can disrupt the movement of the other, and another one can keep you healed up as well as disrupt the movement speed of your opponent.
They reduced Ruby's overall spell vamp in recent patches, so Rafaela being around helps make up for that. And in exchange, Ruby has a lot more early damage, but now he's stuck. He's got to flicker over the wall to make sure Dolan doesn't get a free first blood.
I think that's still okay, still fine, but good engagement from the side of Team Ray, from Dolan as well. Just providing some early threat towards Yums, forcing out the flicker just now. In terms of emblem right now, Assassin. Uranus Scram, okay. Being more aggressive, I suppose, up against the Sora right now.
Master Assassin,
Master
just
Assassin.
to guarantee he wins lane. I think it's not a bad idea, honestly. And if he does end up finding Clive split pushing on his own, it's also pretty useful.
True. I mean, just, again, threats upon threats against Smooth, hence why he is taking a quite significant of damage, and you take a look at health, the health of Cram, still well and alive right now.
Innocent able to push up lane against Clive, but Clive also going to be freezing the wave there to make sure he can farm easier. The reason why I say Claude doesn't feel as comfortable is because he takes a while to scale, and Obsidia is very happy with that state. Normally, these heroes would be bullied.
Alright. Yos has not hit level 4 as of yet. Colin.
Oh, Flicker, I'm offended. Catches Skies with the 2-man knockout strike. The Sky Prince fights back. He trades his life for 2 kills. Here comes the Thunder's Wrath, but Graham does a lot of damage. Double kill for the Uranus. The Hunter boat connects with Kim. Innocent comes in, sets it up there, diving the tower. 1 hit. Flicker forward. Cram finds it. Dolan is back, but no purple buff. Means that Cram can continue being a nuisance.
I think that is the effect of the Master of Assassins right there. Although it's not a 1 versus 1, but just provide a bit more threat. Killing it right now. Yes, I got Stormy on my back. I still have my concentration to just run away, and that's what he did. Triple kill for Cram. That could be the player of the day right now, but Small ought to be careful right now.
See the damage ramping up. Skies being able to turn around that initial catch was huge, actually. The I'm Offended caught him, but he managed to find a double CC in return. So even though he did enough damage. Dolan misses the K-ball. That's awkward. He's gonna have to fly out of there in a hurry.
He is one lucky boy right there. I mean, if the Holy Baptism was used from Stormy, could have gotten the kill between Stormy and Yums, and that could be awfully bad for Dolan, and it's still gonna be awfully bad. The fact that Crab is within the vicinity right now. Dolan level 5. Meanwhile, Crab hitting almost level 7 right now.
This is a very different tree from when Yunes was playing it, and now the I'm Offended pulls Kim back. He's trying to dash away. Yunes flickers away. Cram goes in. Mega kill for the Uranus. They find Skies, so that's a good kill for Dolan. Yunes able to dash over the wall. Stormy finding the tree kill for himself. Still trading in favor of SRG.
This is gonna be a big problem from the side of Team Ray if Clive does not pump up well. I don't see anybody from the side of Team Ray are able to touch Cram. The fact that he has the consecration, the flicker, and the holy healing as well.
Oh my god! That's Dolan just got punched in the face.
I don't want to use this word, but that is broken, man.
Oh, you're not wrong. There's the I'm offended, hooks the tree back. You know what is a really good tool for taking down trees? Blades and weapons.
Is a scythe, I suppose.
Well, a scythe is more for grass.
True.
I guess
but then when
in this case, Nova is grass.
When you pair it up with a bone, the hand of bone as well, you're making sure that the tree does not go anywhere.
I don't think a bone is usually used.
Probably.
But I'll take your word for it.
I mean, you might try.
I don't touch grass, so I wouldn't know.
But maybe depends on what kind of bone you use. If we're talking about a small creature bone, wouldn't work. Right now,
you normally need a larger one for a big tree.
Probably, supposedly. I mean, we're talking about sizes matters, right? Anyways, Selangor Giants right now. Nova.
No, he's just gonna walk out. His team is not nearby to follow up on this.
Good choice. Not gonna lie. If he engaged, I'm not too sure what's gonna happen because Stormy is just right there.
Hunts a bone on Nova. Rapid Riot comes out, but Innocent already picks up the kill. Here's the shifting skies. They find Stormy. They're going for Innocent. They find him. 4-man gank down bottom is successful from Ray.
It took everything. What did it took? It took everything to kill Innocent as well as Stormy right there. Good kill, good trade, I suppose, but look at the top side, was already cleared out by Cram. Meanwhile, the turtle was already cleared out by Sky. So, still the goal lead in the favors of Selangor Giants, but Dolan still not stopped yet on the bot side.
I think this game is proof of why Uranus is permabanned. Hero is a little bit busted right now, and then you have the Wrath healing on top of that. Stormy probably has the flask done by now, so Team Ray has no way of killing him. Clive is nowhere near to that level yet.
In game number 1, Yums was aura farming, standing still, not doing anything, and still dealing a good amount of damage. Game number 2 is Cram's turn right now to do the same thing.
This is classic Cram Uranus. This is what he's always done when he's had Uranus, and it's been a while since we've seen it, but it is nice to see him back.
It works very effectively right now. He just stands in front, be as much as a nuisance as possible, and it allows Yums to follow up.
They hook the tree into the baptism. Beautiful combo. Rapid Riot completely whiffed. Shifting Skies only catches one. But Innocent is in a bad spot. The Hunabone brought him too far forward. Cram somehow flickers out with 1 HP. He heals back up. And the Obsidian just gets respawned. But it's still a pretty okay trade for Team Ray.
Very okay trade right there from Team Ray. Miscalculation from Selangor Giants. They wanted to do the same kind of initiation towards the Nova Escobar, but they were not allowed to do so right there. Have to be careful right there. Clive is still not there yet. I'm not too sure if the DHS was picked up already or not, but clearly not enough damage up against Krem, who's just gonna heal up away.
Yeah, the damage was not bad until Stormy showed up. Then it's like, alright, fine.
I give up. You win, sure. Heal meta for the win right now.
I hate healers, guys. This stuff is dumb.
Heal meta for the win. Man, wait till you go up against a composition of Wrath as well as a Minotaur. Oh, disgusting.
Well, maybe they just have no damage, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you would rely on...
I can only hope. I can only dream.
You would rely on your gold lane, jungle, or EXP lane to provide the damage right now. Yup.
Shifting Skies catches Yuns, but he just cancels it out. But here comes Nova. Wrath of Dryad finds the Ruby. Yuns probably going to be abandoned here to terrify everything on him. Flicker out just a bit too late.
Now, Selangor Giants are not using their skill set as efficiently as possible in comparison to the early stages. And also it's more of Team Ray finding certain ways to be able to maneuver around Selangor Giants right now. Picking out a few items to allow themselves to survive a little bit longer in comparison to the early stages.
They stole that purple. Dolan doesn't have it. Gonna make it hard for him to play on the map, and he's already 3 levels down on Skies thanks to all of these invasions, which have mostly been enabled by Cram.
I think one thing for sure for Selangor Giants, they are just playing with time also. They would like to give more space for Innocent to pop up right now. Dolan!
Oh my goodness, the Hunt of Bone. Beautifully targeted, smooth. He knows his days are numbered. He's just trying to escape, but how do you get out of this? Double kill for the Sky Prince. Ooh, will they target the mid lane? They see Clive. Do they want Clive?
Get me a replay of that, but I can't because there's a fight.
Yep, they don't want Clive. They want to eat their vegetables. Nova gonna get consumed in the mid lane while Cram zones out Kim. Skies chases him. Another flicker forced.
It's super annoying. The fact that you thought you are safe because Selangor Giants were playing that front to back comp, and then when you go on the back line, there is just Cram, just standing there, right there, with the amount of damage that he has at the same time right now.
Shifting Skies flicker, good setup, but he gets terrified. He's gonna try and re-engage Stormy on very low HP. He walks through, gets taken down by the Cloud Man, but Skies cuts him off. Smooth will be traded away. That's a Sky Piercer stack for Innocent, while Cram just doing Cram things.
Just doing Cram things. It's, yep, there's nothing much could be done. Consecration was used. Cram auto be careful right now. I mean, he has still, he has the flicker. So hence why he's just toying around, just giving about a vision, giving him a lot of information on the whereabouts of Clive as well as Nova Escova just now. Selangor Giants 5k goal lead, but not as dominant as game number 1. I think Team Ray still putting up a good fight in game number 2 in comparison to game number 1.
Yeah, it's definitely closer now that they've got strong heroes, good damage, and very good teamfight initiation. Beleric, Sora, Valentina together makes things a little more difficult for SRG, which is why things are looking closer, but the net worth difference still very much in their favor. Lord being controlled right now. Cram, he does take a good amount of damage. Clive is reaching that Trinity, so oh my goodness, what is that? That's a tank, by the way.
And yet can still provide damage. Uranus, for you guys, there you go. Only played by Cram, and only can be done by Cram, as of now.
Move is running, Vision, concealed from Nova, Flicker, Raph a bit too late, he catches 2, but is the follow-up there? Shifting Skies catches them, but the Holy Baptism cancels Move halfway. Cram taking so much damage from Flicker, I'm offended! Right into the grinder, double kill for Skies.
That I'm offended was superb. Was superb by Selangor Giants. I'm just very mad the fact that we can't get... Okay, I was gonna be like, we can't get any instant replay or not, but right now we can. Okay, very late Wrath of Dryad, and this was just a losing battle for Team Ray. Good Holy Baptism from Smooth. Look at Cram just zoning 3 members out from the Team Ray, but then the I'm offended from Yums was just icing on the cake right there.
Now, and even more so now, Towers being knocked on. 11 minutes 45 seconds. In fact, I think that Lord will collide right after the Holy Defense expires, so that's a bit of a feels bad for Team Ray. Top tier 2 gone as well.
How would Team Ray would like to set up their base defense right now? It's awfully hard. Nova Escova does not have the flicker, does have the Wrath of Dryad, but look at the damage right now from Innocent.
He's scaled up, and Towers not really a problem to him anymore, and Cram honestly tankier than anything Team Ray can handle. They need to somehow catch him out alone, but he knows his limits. The Lord will finally fall, but this game already out of control many minutes ago.
Guys,
he's taking the Cloud.
Alright, and then just walks away right now.
I'm offended onto the tree. Skies literally shows up to punch in from behind. Mega kill for Innocent. The shifting Skies misses. Skies pushes another target into Innocent. Double kill for the Obsidia. Dolan trying to clear the minion wave, but he's just got nothing. Skies pushes Clive away. Triple kill for Innocent. Wind of Nature comes out blazing to where Clive trying to survive, but Maniac! Savage! For the half man, half beast as they wipe out Team Ray. Bring Skies back for fun and whack down the crystal. Ladies and gentlemen, the Giants are here to play for another season.
What more can be said? What more can be done right now for Innocent, for the side of Selangor Red Giants? Ending the day, ending the week with a savage right there. By using the Obsidia. A little late to the party, but hey, that is what Obsidia does. You give him time, you give him space, you give him the Skyburster, and that's what you get. The Savage. Out of nowhere, honestly. Literally out of nowhere.
What a performance from the Red Giants. They have been facing the doubts of fans and haters for many months. Inconsistent performances.
Hey.
In multiple tournaments, and yet they come back to their home turf, MPL, the place that made them, and show us why they own the league.
Honestly, they were discussing about giving the play of the day to the Savage. I feel like it's a given, not gonna lie, because the scrimmages and whatnot. I still want to give play of the day to Cram or whatever, but hey,
cool.
I mean, but hey, Savage is still a Savage, I suppose, right? But anyways, We're gonna head over to our main stage with Rose as well as Selangor Rejoice. I can see there is Skies as well as Cram. Let's go, boys.
Tak tahu kenapa Mars marah sangat, tapi ini adalah perlawanan 2-0 clean sweep daripada Selangor Red Giants. And of course bersama Rose di atas pentas, kita ada Skies dan juga Cram. Boys, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, first, important question. Kenapa tak nak end tadi?
Kenapa apa?
Kenapa tak nak end? Kenapa tengah terbang-terbang, main-main?
Sebab diorang suka goreng-goreng and rebus-rebus.
Macam tu.
Suka main masak-masak.
Suka main masak-masak. Belajar banyak daripada Mars, suka goreng-goreng.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk a little bit pasal adik lah kan. Kita tahu beberapa minggu adik juga tak main di atas pentas, tak beraksi di atas pentas. Tapi Rose nak tanya, apa yang adik belajar daripada The Patch beberapa minggu ni untuk, untuk apply di MPL MY?
Sebenarnya banyak saya belajar past few weeks sebab sepanjang saya bermain Mobile Legend, meta yang time MSC tu is like the most complicated and brutal lah dia punya meta, and from that I learned that I need to catch up more faster lah, so I will not fall behind.
Okay, now adik, ni interesting ah. Adik cakap meta ataupun patch MSC adalah one of the most complicated and most brutal meta. But what makes it so complicated? Sebab itu bukan kali pertama di mana kita main international tournament, tiba-tiba patch baru keluar kan. Kenapa patch tu susah sangat untuk adapt?
Bagi saya mungkin sebab meta tu dia banyak hero yang bukan biasa kot. Hero yang mostly hero yang pelik-pelik. Contohnya macam Rafael Lamin. Siapa je boleh fikir main Rafael Lamin kan? So macam tu lah, dia macam universal lah.
I see, dia macam membuka ruang kepada banyak heroes and the possibility was definitely endless. So adik, after a lot of things yang berlaku di international tournament, kembali ke MPL MY, apa yang goal untuk you? Diri sendiri punya goal untuk musim ini? Is there anything yang you nak buat? Anything yang you nak buktikan?
For sure nak redeem myself for my last tournament lah. So basically for future tournament which is M8 is gonna be different lah. I will redeem it. Yup.
Okay. Your mission to redeem yourself begins this week. And of course, kita pun nak borak sedikit dengan Cram because kita dah touch on the meta currently. And I've also talked to another EXP player on Friday, and I asked him, because similarly to you guys are very flashy EXP laners playing a lot of the damage dealers. But in this patch, it leans more towards the tankier fighters. How do you adjust to that? Do you feel comfortable? Do you feel like it's hard? What's going on, Cram?
Biasa je.
Biasa je, tak susah untuk adapt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because my XP rotation here is only Barat and Yura. So, normal.
For you, how different is the patch? Because for jungler, we see that it's quite affected. But for EXP, do you feel like you have to do more things for this patch to compensate for the jungle?
I think that's normal lah. Yeah.
Just normal. Just like any other day in the EXP.
Yeah. I think the most affected is probably mid. Yeah, trio mid.
The trio mid. I agree and I think we can all see that. So guys, kita pun sudah saksikan perlawanan yang bersih daripada SRG, tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP. So agak-agaknya MVP anda siapa? Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada
Cram.
Cram! Okay, you know what, Cram? After playing 2 matches this week, what do you think about SRG's performance so far in MPL MY?
Yeah, we don't want to be complacent, but yeah, I think we play quite good. And then we still need to do better next time and keep consistent. Yeah.
You guys think you are getting back into your usual flow state?
Yeah.
Okay, Cram, message for the fans who has come and, supported you guys today.
Thank you guys. I love you all.
Oh! Alright, terima kasih dan tahniah atas kemenangan ini. With that, mari let's show it back to the casters to analyse apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan ini.
Maghrib tak masuk lagi. Tapi game dah habis. Jam tak ada pula. Jam tak ada. Tapi apakan daya kau berhadapan dengan SRG bro. Memang game cepat-cepat je semua. Tapi Cram agak menarik kat sini di mana saya nak sentuh sikit dengan pemilihan emblem dia. Master Assassin sebagai second talent.
Ini adalah satu emblem yang mana dia akan fokus ke arah buy one and fokus untuk poking yang mana enemy tiba-tiba ada separate daripada pasukan dia untuk triggerkan this emblem Master Assassin. So I think it's a new thing for us, tapi for pro players is always ada justification kenapa mereka melakukan sedemikian rupa lah.
Secara jujurnya saya agak setuju disebabkan dia pun berhadapan dengan matchup yang agak susah, iaitu dia berhadapan dengan Sora, one off matchup yang boleh berhadapan dengan Uranus. Dengan adanya Master Assassin, by the way, Adin join kita kat sini from the English house. How about you mate?
I think it's a very good
Wow.
pula kan. I mean Uranus pakai Master Assassin terus clear cut sebab dia nak menang laning against Sora so that dia boleh provide a bit more threat ke atas Sora tu. And then boleh rotate lebih awal. Hence why the triple kill yang dia dapat tu,
yes.
I mean kejap lagi kita akan review of course.
Betul.
Maybe came off that Master Assassin punya threat ke atas Sora tu jugalah.
Sebab kita boleh nampak juga macam mana pemilihan emblem tersebut membantu Uranus ini untuk zone out mana-mana backline daripada pasukan Timbre, mengganggu jungle. Jadi ada banyak kind of gameplay disebabkan emblem ini mempengaruhi kepada rotation.
Kat sini saya boleh katakan benda tu sangat-sangat betul disebabkan kita boleh nampak Sora juga force untuk siapkan dia punya Radiant Armor. Sebab kat sini dia perlu berhadapan dengan Rafaela secara tidak langsung keluarkan dia punya Glowing Wand effect dan juga berhadapan dengan Uranus. Kalau kita lihat dari sudut damage, kita lihat damage dealt daripada Cram sendiri dah mencapai 49,000 damage, manakala untuk Stormy dengan 43,000 damage. Seorang Rafaela mengeluarkan damage sebanyak 40,000 tu saya boleh considerkan sebagai continuity damage yang agak besar untuk ditadah oleh Sora dalam game ni. Sebab lagi satu kita tahu bagaimana kemampuan Sora adalah survive daripada sudut ketahanan ketika dia gunakan Shifting Skies, ketika dalam mood Stormbind. Tapi kalau dalam mood Lightning, dia agak kurang daripada sudut sustainability. Jadi kat sini, nak tak nak Sora dalam game ni memainkan peranan yang cukup penting untuk berada dekat bahagian hadapan. Sebab saya tak rasa Beleric sesuai untuk berada dekat bahagian hadapan terus sebab ulti dia tu sangat-sangat penting untuk pasukan Team Ray.
That's one thing about SRG punya draft. Diorang mainkan Rafaela, diorang mainkan Uranus. Kita ingat ini merupakan damage orang kata kecil-kecilan punya damage. Tapi this kind of damage yang menyebabkan beberapa hero mereka mendapatkan triple kill. Uranus triple kill pada early game menyebabkan membantu pasukan SRG untuk snowball, mendapatkan turtle, objektif penting. Mungkin orang underestimate terhadap damage-damage yang ada terhadap hero-hero ni.
I mean, one thing for sure, satu lagi yang korang kena ambil kira juga di mana diorang pun sedar, which is SSG pun sedar yang diorang tak boleh nak bunuh Beleric tu dengan sendirian. Diorang crowd control dengan sangat baik. Ruby tarik dulu, Hanoff pun kena, and then baru literally semua ke arah Beleric tersebut.
Kat sini saya dengan Rain dekat analyst segmen awal tadi kita ada bincangkan sikit daripada sudut draft di mana kenapa Kim diberikan Valentina dengan awal. Jadi dekat sini secara overall bila game ni dah selesai, mungkin Rain awak ada justification sikit kat sini ataupun sebenarnya adalah mistake draft daripada pasukan Team Ray sendiri.
Saya tak adalah kata keseluruhan permainan itu kalah disebabkan draft. Cuma ia memberikan sedikit disadvantage kepada pasukan Team Ray disebabkan Valentina tidak ada ulti yang orang kata valuable untuk turn over the team fight. Dekat sini mereka boleh harapkan dengan ultimate Ruby, but kena mengharapkan juga macam mana SRG bermain secara pecah-pecah ataupun rapat-rapat, and kena consider juga mereka ada Rafaela. Andai kata dia menggunakan ultimate daripada Ruby sekalipun, end up sekiranya Rafaela keep healing, keep hidupkan orang yang telah mati, apa yang boleh benefit diberikan kepada pasukan beliau.
Secara jujurnya dekat sini saya rasa barisan kejuaraan daripada Team Ray pastinya akan sentuh perkara ini bila mereka balik rumah review nanti, di mana saya rasa draft daripada pasukan Team Ray sekarang ni adalah untuk fokuskan Beleric dan juga Valentina, fast clear dekat bahagian tengah, Prager Pakito daripada sudut farm, nanti Fanny punya movement, mobility sangat laju untuk sampai ke farm dia, ke farm pasukan SRG, tapi benda tu tak terjadi.
I mean, kau berhadapan dengan Ruby dan juga Rafa, which is dua hero ni, mana combination hero yang ada capability untuk bagi opponent threat in terms of movement speed dan juga merendahkan kelajuan mereka, at the same time heal diri mereka at the same time. Dua-dua pairing ni yang menyebabkan sukar sedikit untuk Valentina maupun Beleric nak lakukan apa yang kau cakap sebentar tadi. Malah diorang pun tak letak diri diorang dalam keadaan yang berbahaya sebab Ruby boleh self-sustain diri dia, Rafa pun boleh bantu sustain diri dia dan juga Ruby at the same time.
Antara sebab kenapa aku point out point ni sebenarnya adalah di mana untuk sentuh kepada kita punya klip yang pertama, di mana cara untuk mereka bermain beradaptasi ketika mana pasukan musuh mendapatkan Fanny dekat sini. Jadi untuk first clip saya rasa Rain nak terangkan juga macam mana cara yang betul untuk try lock Fanny untuk bahagian early game sebenarnya.
Okay, dekat sini saya nak korang pay attention terhadap bagaimana pasukan SRG berhadapan dengan Fanny. Orang selalu ingat bila berhadapan dengan Fanny, kita cuma perlukan hero yang boleh memberhentikan pergerakan Fanny seperti crowd control, seperti stun dan sebagainya. Tetapi salah satu cara lain untuk counter Fanny juga adalah melalui rotation. So basically apa yang SRG buat, kalau kita tak boleh counter mereka dengan memberhentikan pergerakan mereka melalui skill set, sebab sekarang ni mereka nak harapkan kepada Ruby ataupun anda kata Ultimate Obsidian terkena sahaja, kita gunakan counter Fanny dengan menggunakan rotation. So basically apa yang berlaku dekat sini daripada side SRG, kita boleh nampak Kram masuk ke jungle pasukan Team Ray berulang kali in order untuk distract siapa? Untuk distract Dolin di sini untuk memastikan penggunaan retribution digunakan berulang kali. Jadi apa yang berlaku disebabkan itu, kita boleh nampak macam mana dekat sini Skies agak free dekat area turtle. Kita boleh nampak macam mana selepas sahaja daripada pengambilan turtle dan juga gangguan terhadap buff ini, pasukan SRG decide untuk continue merusuh jungle daripada pasukan Team Ray. Kita boleh nampak dekat sini. Ya. Apabila Yums pula continue masuk untuk mengambil hijau, menarik seorang opponent. Jadi SRG ada banyak option untuk bermain secara agresif berhadapan dengan Fanny. Dan anda kena ingat, ini mungkin apalah kata kali terakhir Fanny mendapatkan buff, ataupun lepas tu ada sekali lagi mendapatkan buff. Bermaksud cara untuk counter Fanny, selain dengan ada hero-hero yang boleh memberhentikan pergerakan, kita make sure dia tidak boleh untuk sentuh dia punya blue buff. Jadi dengan cara kita invade, bait dia punya retribution, dapatkan objektif-objektif penting seperti turtle, kita snowball, ganggu dia punya buff merah, dan itu apa yang dilakukan oleh side pasukan SRG terhadap pasukan Team Ray.
Adin, adakah kat sini sebenarnya pasukan daripada Team Ray terlalu memberikan fokus yang kritikal kepada Uranus, meanwhile sebenarnya mereka tak perlu lakukan benda tu?
I think it's a very 50-50 punya question, sebab kalau kau tak protect Fanny and give up that purple buff, akan sukar untuk Dolin nak bergerak ke sini ke sana. Tapi consequences dia adalah dengan satu gerakan Cram ni saja, 4 orang literally terus fokus dekat arah Cram, tak boleh nak bunuh dia. Of course it's going to be very very hard, tapi itu yang apa Yarin cakap, kau open up a lot more, which is Pakito dapat free turtle, and then Yums dapat a very prime position untuk dalam duduk semak ini untuk memberikan ancaman kepada Spurs. Hampir juga benda ini dapatkan kutipan kill sebenarnya. So kalau aku daripada set SRG, very very well managed macam mana diorang memanfaatkan Cram yang menarik perhatian ramai orang, membenarkan Pakito untuk dapatkan farming. But if I were to be the side of Team Ray, bila dah nampak macam ni, most likely it was not valuable langsung untuk kau fokus dekat Cram. Tapi ancaman dia adalah most likely Dolin punya purple buff akan dicuri.
Ya, tapi kat sini kita bincangkan juga di mana untuk first clip ni adalah lebih kepada pasukan daripada SRG sendiri. Mereka faham rotasi daripada cara Fanny nak bermain, di mana Fanny perlukan buff, jadi dekat situ ada orang akan standby untuk jaga buff tersebut. Tapi saya nak sentuhkan juga dekat sini di mana untuk next clip, di mana dekat sini saya nak fokuskan di mana pasukan SRG adalah antara pasukan yang mereka tak kisah apa yang akan jadi, tapi dalam kepala otak mereka, dalam fikiran mereka adalah trade kena ada. Apa pun yang jadi dekat bahagian bawah, kalau kita lihat dekat bahagian bawah ketiga ini, di mana Innocent dan juga Stormy dalam posisi di mana mereka juga dalam kedudukan tak tahu kedudukan pasukan musuh, which is kita boleh nampak kedudukan daripada Fanny dekat sini, dekat bahagian atas tersebut. Dan apabila team fight ini bermula, saya nak highlightkan kat sini adalah di mana pasukan SRG tak gabra, mereka tak kelam kabut untuk buat decision making. Innocent kena bantai ni, Innocent kena gang, jom turun. Kita tak nampak yang kita lihatkan dekat bahagian atas, Uranus masih lagi buat kerja dia, Pakito masih lagi buat kerja dia. Even kalau kita nampak betapa alertnya Ruby dalam game ni, saya nak highlightkan kat sini mana kedudukan daripada Yums. Kalau kita nampak kedudukan daripada Yums, dia tak terlalu terburu-buru pergi ke bahagian bawah untuk menolong Innocent dan juga Stormy, sebab dia tahu kedudukan daripada bahagian tengah untuk sampai ke kawasan bawah ni mengambil jalan yang sangat panjang. Jadi dia sampai ada possibility yang pasukan dia tetap akan diratakan dan dia datang for nothing. Jadi waktu ini mereka masih lagi kurang pasti di mana kedudukan Fanny, which saya boleh katakan kat sini di mana Ruby daripada Yum memainkan peranan yang cukup penting untuk dia standby just in case kalau Fanny tu datang kacau bahagian turtle yang pertama. Jadi kat sini kita nak play balik decision making dekat sini daripada pasukan SRG. Lihat, mereka lost Innocent, mereka juga kehilangan Stormy, tapi at a certain point kita boleh nampak bahawa pasukan SRG dapat lebih banyak, which is dekat bahagian atas mereka berjaya untuk dapatkan turtle dan juga menara. Jadi kat sini saya boleh katakan dalam klip ni sendiri kita boleh nampak decision making daripada pasukan SRG by experience.
I think for the side of Team Ray, apa yang aku suka kat sini adalah at least they do something. Sebab rata-rata tim yang berhadapan dengan SRG dalam keadaan macam ni, diorang lebih macam tak buat apa-apa. Malah, okay, let's say kalau diorang tak dapat apa-apa, dah lah kau hilang turtle, kau hilang tarik atas, and yet tak dapat apa-apa. But at least to the fair of Team Ray, kau dapat kill against Stormy dan juga against Innocent and dapat tarik dekat bahagian bawah lah.
Betul.
But still good decision making daripada SRG.
Betul. Cuma kadang-kadang benda tu tak ramai pasukan yang buat. Sebab masing-masing akan react. Kalau goal lane kena bantai, semua nak tolong. Jadi ini adalah decision making yang bagi saya adalah by pengalaman. Kita dah nampak SRG, walaupun mereka hilang Innocent, yes, jaminan dekat bahagian late game, tapi opsi dia masih lagi antara hero yang kuat.
In terms of macam mana mereka mengambil advantage dari segi trade, mereka tahu apa keputusan yang terbaik untuk pasukan mereka. Okay, ada satu side kita tengah kena, kita akan make sure satu side lagi kita akan mendapatkan keuntungan. Tidak kira lah kita yang mati goal lane dan sebagainya. Inilah yang kita cuba cari trade yang menguntungkan pasukan kita.
Yap, saya setuju. Dan trade tu memang sangat-sangat menjadi untuk mereka. Tapi kita akan go dengan player of the day, di mana pada hari ini kita ada dua perlawanan yang cukup hebat, tapi semuanya berakhir dengan 12-0. But so far, player of the day kita akan berikan kepada Innocent nanti.
I mean, well deserved, sangat-sangat well deserved. Kalau game yang kedua mungkin anda lebih fokus kepada Savage Blau, tapi kalau kita berbalik kepada game yang pertama, there was one moment where Innocent berada dekat bahagian backline ataupun bahagian bawah bottom lane. Dia diancam oleh Hirara, tapi dashing capability dia, dash yang sikit tu saja yang menyebabkan dia selamat daripada kena kill against Hirara. Itu adalah antara mekanik-mekanik yang kecil tapi memberikan impact yang besar kepada keseluruhan gameplay Innocent yang menyebabkan game yang kedua of course dapat Savage itulah.
Yap, tepat sekali. Jadi kita akan masuk kepada gameplay of the day, di mana inilah momen permulaan disaster, bencana, malapetaka. Habislah untuk Team Ray. Ya, memang disaster dalam game ni. Ray, kita boleh nampak bagaimana free hitnya Innocent dalam game ni.
Kalau lah kita boleh pause play kat sini kan. Mana Pakito kau nampak flanking daripada belakang pakai cloud in a competitive gameplay, and then bila dah huru-hara macam ni, I mean again Skypacer stat dah almost full ataupun dah full dah pun sebenarnya. Sangatlah mudah untuk mendapatkan Savage tersebut. Yes, play of the day tu memang highlight kepada Innocent, tapi orang yang membenarkan dia mendapatkan Savage tu pun kena kita beri highlight ke sebenarnya.
Betul.
At this point, kita boleh kata SRG betul-betul selesa dengan mereka punya gameplay, mereka punya game plan, drafting and so on. Ada terlalu banyak hero-hero fleksibel yang mereka bawakan seperti Pakito, seperti Ruby, dan sekarang Rafaela juga menjadi salah satu hero yang betul-betul mereka tahu cara untuk memaksimumkan penggunaannya. Jadi selepas ini, mungkin lebih banyak hero yang SRG akan bawakan dan menyebabkan oponen akan lebih susah untuk predict mereka punya draft.
Secara tidak langsung, saya nak tengok sangat macam mana pertembungan kedua pasukan ini akan berlaku nanti, di mana pasukan SRG berhadapan dengan pasukan Megatron, di mana masing-masing sangat faham dengan kemampuan goal laner mereka masing-masing, siapakah yang mampu untuk menjaga presiden dengan lebih baik. Tapi inilah dia jadual untuk minggu hadapan, di mana kita akan baru je saya cakap dia bagi
terus hari Jumaat pula tu.
Hari Jumaat
permulaan untuk minggu yang kedua. BTRM akan berjumpa dengan SRG dekat game yang kedua, tapi game pertama Vamos bertemu dengan IG, manakala our main week untuk hari Sabtu 22 Ogos mulakan Team Ray lawan dengan Vamos, AC lawan dengan IG, BTRM sekali lagi akan lawan dengan RRQ, dan hari Ahad adalah Team Ray lawan dengan AC, Flash lawan dengan SRG. Highlight saya kat sini adalah dua team, Flash dengan RRQ, sebab dua-dua tak ada point sekarang ini. Dua-dua dah main 2 game and kalah pula dua-dua. Tapi untuk RRQ berat juga berhadapan dengan BTRM, which is number 2 sekarang. And then Flash pun berat juga lawan dengan SRG pada hari Ahad.
Rin macam mana Rin? Apa awak excited?
Saya excited untuk tengok Flash berhadapan dengan SRG. Saya rasa walaupun Flash kalah baru-baru ini, tapi kita boleh nampak peningkatan mereka yang mendadak. Bagaimana early to mid game mereka sangat dominan. Jadi macam mana mereka untuk berhadapan dengan pasukan yang lebih senior lah macam SRG ini. Kita nak tengok bagaimana mereka boleh memberikan
Flash tu ada lah. Potensi tu ada kat Flash. Maybe fix a few things. Aku rasa Pops memang confirm dah akan basuh diorang nanti. So hopefully minggu depan adalah minggu yang berbeza untuk Team Flash.
Secara jujurnya, aku masih percaya kepada proses daripada Pops sendiri. Dia antara selain daripada Rain, dia adalah local coach yang cukup power. Saya dia
nanti orang klip, jangan.
Ada tiga coach yang memang sangat local bagi aku, yang ada potensi untuk minat lah.
Antara kita bertiga pernah menjaga tim MPL.
Jangan cakap elaborate lama sangat.
Okay,
sebab aku tahu kau punya direction.
Korang highlight kat dia guys.
Tak, dia nak direction. Ada seorang yang tersingkir, tapi tak apa.
Aku tak nak highlight tu.
Join the line of dawn sekarang. Redeem 59Q U887. Aku nak black by time kan. So just claim korang punya hadiah kat sini. Dapatkan hadiah-hadiah menarik. But so far siapa yang belum beli tiket lagi, korang boleh beli tiket untuk datang next week. Sebab next week kita ada bukan satu, tapi the whole weekend yang cukup lumayan dengan gameplay daripada hari Jumaat, Sabtu dan juga hari Ahad. But again, saya boleh katakan dekat sini adalah di mana untuk anda semua yang kalau dah rasa bosan, bukanlah bosan tapi lebih kepada nak buat apa lagi ya, kita ada apa lagi ya selain daripada MPL ni. Kita ada Sukma guys, Sukma Selangor 2026. Jangan lupa untuk saksikan aksi Mobile Legends Bebek. Kategori lelaki akan bermula daripada 19 hingga ke 20 Ogos. Kategori wanita akan bermula daripada 22 hingga ke 23 Ogos. So make sure korang tune in untuk support atlet-atlet e-sport negeri anda. Tadi aku tengok dekat TikTok, aku tengok Usal tengok Selangor menang lawan dengan Perak, tak silap saya. Betul apa skor dia tak ingat, tapi rendakan gol lah banyak.
Saya rasa benda ni agak bagus lah sebab selain daripada kita fokus kepada pembangunan profesional, kita juga perlu lihat bagaimana golongan-golongan ataupun anak-anak muda kita yang akan step in kepada kita punya senior scene lah, ataupun senior level punya scene. Jadi Sukma is one of the good option ataupun platform untuk kita menonton player-player yang bagus. Ya, tepat sekali. Tapi untuk anda semua, kalau dah hari MPL dah berakhir, nak makan sunyi. Betul. Fix pun tak live. Betul. Solus pun tak live. Betul. Nak tengok siapa? Tengoklah podcast Toda. Ada Rin, ada Sunfrost, Abang Lot dan juga Mars juga. Tak ada. Mars dah kena pecah. Salah. Mars dah kena Abang Lot, saya dan Lafel. Tiga orang. Dulu kan saya. Nampak sangat tak tengok episod baru. Dah season baru dah ni. Dah season baru dah. Tapi kalau korang minta maaf kalau korang rasa tak puas lagi tengok Rain, kat situ lah korang boleh tengok. Setiap hari Isnin, Selasa. Setiap hari Selasa 8 malam akan keluar. Rin banyak job. Jangan macam tu. Rin banyak job ni. Rin banyak job. Alhamdulillah rezeki InsyaAllah. Tapi saya boleh faham perasaan caster sekarang kenapa korang agak suka game SRG dekat penghujung. Tak, sebab kita orang memang nak fans stay sampai ke penghujungnya. Kita tahu SRG fanbase dia besar. Oh, bukan sebab base awal. Tak ada kena-mengena. Tak ada kena-mengena Pak Bro. Sebab kita tahu fanbase dia orang besar. Dan kita orang nak diorang stay sampai penghujung. Sebab kat luar kita tak select. Kat luar ada merchandise punya booth. Boleh diorang singgah sebenarnya. Aku pun nak cuba dapatkan, maybe dapat discount ke, kalau dapat apa buat sikit ke. Alang-alang dah sewa tempat ni lama, kita boleh stay lama lagi. Todak pun dapat dah bagi 20% discount. Nak tak nak kena datang dan jangan lupa untuk dapatkan dekat booth Todak. Sebab apa-apa berkaitan yang kita shout out sekarang ni semua berkaitan dengan Rin. Akan ada kena-mengena dengan kau. Jangan cakap saya banyak job. Janganlah. Tambah rezeki. Apa-apa kita sudah pun berakhir di minggu kita yang pertama. Kita akan jumpa balik pada minggu hadapan. Lebih banyak aksi menarik kita akan bawakan kepada anda semua. Jadi kita akan berjumpa lagi pada minggu hadapan. Assalamualaikum dan bye-bye.
Cliff. Boleh paksa dia puri je tak? Tak aku. Baik pandang atas ah. Yo. Respon je. Aku. Yo, tak bergerak. Respon tu. Aku slowkan lagi. Badang. Aku slowkan lagi. Tu badang. Irara. Aman. Yang aku boleh. Aku tak ada. Ada. I have an audio ready. Tak baca sawer. I can aura. Tengok badan. Di badan. Potong dulu. Itu arah. I got to with you. Don't worry. I watch you boy. What you go? Go. Aku ada heal. Kotang. Okay, kita semua start. Di bawah. Aku boleh flicker tu kalau nak.
Lah budak baik.
Jago. Jalan ni, pantai mama ni. Aku. Hai. No still lo. Kiling. GG guys. Atas. Nak atas. Simpan di sini. Kita dua.
Jom, aku ulti. Dapat dua. Nice. Kasih main, Lip.
Besar.
Nice guys.
ROP-nya sama pakai tu jauh sini. Boleh lagi ya. Apa boleh buy time sini? Gosen. Sarang no skill. Hidup. I watch ini. No game ayo. Play bang. Aman I watch ini. Ada aku lipat. Ini dek. Aman. Aku stun. Main dia. Tapi sini. Jangan sabar. Aku lipat. Wait. Recon the hell Samesh. Wait, distract dulu. Jom flank club. Sabarlah woi. Wait, sabar man. Sabar woi. Why not working? Wait. Not working. Wait. Set. That's okay.